All right.
And I think the first order of business, since we've reopened up and came out of closed session, is public input, right? So, we now have a chance for the folks who just have been sitting outside for a bit to say your, say anything you would like to say, so.
Cookies and beer would be nice. You run over. That's my only comment. Or pizza, whatever.
I wish we could have some, to be honest with you.
Holly, do we need a call to order and a roll call or no?
No, you already did that
Okay.
before.
So we're good, right, to go right into public input, right?
Yes.
So raise your hand if you have something to say and tell us your name and where you live. Your address.
I'm gonna tell them how to do that on the phone as well.
Yeah, same thing on the, anyone on the line can, click on the raise your hand, or *9, *6 if you're on a phone, and, you can get in the queue here. Alicia, do you see anyone online there so far?
Not yet, just in case anybody needs help, it's under the reactions button. Just found out that the other day, so I mentioned that.
Oh. So anyone up to say anything here or? Anyone online who would like to raise their hands? I can't see this.
Sally Grant.
Well, Sally Grant, you're on. Can you state your name and your address?
And you're muted right now. Can you unmute yourself?
I'm Sally Grant. I live at 1702 East Longview Drive.
Sally, what would you like to share?
Well, I'm a little concerned about the number of dogs that are running around off leash. And particularly at the roundabout where people call it a dog park. Well, it really isn't because there's no fencing or anything around it. And a couple of times I've almost hit dogs that have come out from the so-called dog park. So I'm wondering if the town has any plans to put a fence around there and make it safer, or make a dog or have a dog park somewhere else, or what are there any plans for the future?
Can I respond to that, Mayor? So the area you're talking about, Sally, that's HOA common area. So
Yeah.
Community Preservation Association would have to put up a fence there and do that. The town doesn't have any ability to control the fencing in of the dogs at that location.
Oh,
However, we have a leash law that we could enforce. I think we'd make a lot of people angry because they really want to be able to gather and have their dogs. I mean, it's a real social thing there. I don't know if any of you in the room bring your dogs there. I don't, because my dog can't be trusted. But I think it's a real social gathering area, and it is something we need. I know that in Deer Springs, we will be getting a dog park there. In phase, what is the phase, Nate?
I think it's phase 3. I think it's the next phase.
It's the next phase. Okay, so that's gonna be still a ways out, but we do have a dog park fenced in, proper dog park that is coming, and it will be public.
And I've had some people, just to add to that, I've had a number of people I've talked to said, we really need a drinking fountain there and a dog fountain. So I don't know how many people I've talked to recently that have said that, Sally, as well. In terms of the fence, Chris is absolutely right. We would need to get, or joint partnership or permission, or it's HOA land, and it's actually Mustang development, as it says on the maps. So we would have to get permission, or I would put this a better way, maybe we would need a partnership to move something like that forward, because we would want, certainly a fence, but we'd also want something like a fountain for both people and a dog, and we'd probably have to pay for that, but under the permission of the owner. which is Mustang.
So Mayor, would you wanna make the call to the HOA and just get that conversation started? To
I've been
see-
thinking about that, yep.
To see if they'll respond?
So,
Well, it's actually not owned by the HOA, it's owned by.
it's owned by
us.
Mustang, it says Mustang,
Mustang.
yeah. So, it would have to be to Mustang that we.
Isn't it
read the-
indicated a common area?
No, it's
Says Mustang.
owned by,
It's an actual lot?
It's a lot, if you go to Land Glide or the county tax maps, it says Mustang Development.
Hmm.
So,
There are Mustang development areas that are HOA managed, so part of the HOA, so I'm not, still not sure that that's true.
Sounds like a phone call.
Sounds like a phone call to the HOA,
Discussion.
and then let's see what.
And we also know that the HOA, Terry Homenstein has left in about a week ago, so we're dealing with some new people. I don't know, maybe we go right to the top at this one and ask directly, because somebody with authority would have to make a decision on, in this situation, in my opinion, so. How about this, Sally?
Yeah.
You live right down the block from me, I know it, and by the way, Alicia, I know there's at least one other person trying to get into the meeting, so is we having any problems on that one? Okay, Sally, how about we even connect offline and, see how we could progress at least a piece of this, and I'll put it on my point, to, take on, how's that?
Yeah. Also in Rustler, I'm on the HOA board, and we've had a recurrence of people. I know it's our responsibility, but we have had a recurrence of people having their dogs off leash, and we've had some nasty incidents. So any help anywhere around Hideout with some signage or something that reminds people that they are supposed to keep their dog on a leash would be great.
And the one, I think we were gonna have a discussion on this a little bit later as well, well,
This is an agenda item?
Leash law is on.
in any case, we haven't got any input from our county animal control, and I think we need some input from them as well to understand what the leashing effects are, and so make sure that we bring that individual into the next meeting and for some consultation.
Yeah, and also I do think that it being a very social area at the so-called dog park at the roundabout, that's the problem. People are socializing too much and not paying attention to their dogs.
Can't fix that.
Yeah.
Can't legislate. it.
Well, it speaks to a need for, the dog park to be built as soon as it can be, and then if the one dog park that we had planned isn't enough to handle all you, then we'd have to try to figure out another public area.
Yeah.
For that, and then it just also goes into our problems we've had all along, Sally, and as we don't have any public gathering spaces here, that we need to fix that. The council, the planning commission have worked hard to try to get additional, spaces. As we get development, projects coming at us.
Yeah.
So, we're continuing to try to do those things, Sally, to get, public meeting spaces. I think the whole community is sort of, chomping at the bit to be able to find a place where everybody can gather and socialize, because this is a very social community.
Yep.
And item 10, Sally, is the signage that I know you've been interested in. It won't come until later in the meeting, but we'll address that as well.
Okay, great. Is this the time to talk about fire mitigation, or should I wait until the next meeting that's going to be centered around fire mitigation?
This is public input, so you've kind of like exhausted to some extent, but since there's not a lot, are there any other hands raised, Alicia?
I've got one.
Yeah.
All right, I'll wait to the meeting on fire
Maybe
mitigation.
you can, we get
Bye.
back on the queue here and get some other folks.
Okay, all right,
Let's-
thank you.
let's go next person online, since we're dealing with online.
So Suzanne has her hand up.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Mhm.
Yes, hi, it's Suzanne Severini. I'm at 1652 East Longview Drive. And I just wanted to have my voice heard as far as the whole dog leashing issue. I've already written and had a lot of correspondence with Jan McCosh on this, and we've got some dog signage possibilities in the works. But I just wanted to say, I don't think I know one person that doesn't have a dog here. We are all dog lovers. Love the socializing at the dog park in the evenings with the dogs. Lovely, wonderful. Just wanted my voice to be heard that we need to keep it safe. And like Sally said, when we're all socializing, things can happen. Dogs are unpredictable. We adore them, but they're unpredictable. And to keep our dogs safe and to keep our residents civil, I think it's important that we do have a dog leash signage ordinance put up in the town. And I just wanted to voice my opinion on that. And I know that the council is very intent on developing some beautiful space for people where we can socialize and meet. And it's unfortunate that that particular area is not fenced in. I personally have almost run over a dog running into the street from there. And God, could you imagine how horrifying that would be? So we just need to, I think, address it, speak about it, and see where we can go with that. And I'm going to be in further conversation with Jan about what ideas with placement would be for the signs. And that's all. Just wanted to voice my feelings on that. Thank you.
Thanks, Suzanne.
Daniel,
Dan?
sorry, I don't think he heard you.
Daniel,
Yeah.
jump in and state your name and your address, please.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. Daniel Warner, I'm at 1090 Longview. Love the community, love the dog park. And I'm with everybody with the animals out there. You gotta be careful. But love that social side of it. What my comment is you mentioned about the HOA. We have a tough time, and maybe it's me, maybe it's us, and so let me know if it is, or but the question is, the CPA and Sea to Ski and HOA, they're all closed meetings, and on the sites it doesn't show any future meetings, just past notes. Like the last one of them was like 10 minutes long. Like I'd love to get an understanding more of from the HOA side of it. I know this is not an HOA meeting, but someone had brought that up as far as our engagement, how we work with them as a community, and kind of where that stands. So if there was any feedback on that, maybe I'm missing it, that would be awesome. Or if you need to follow up separately, that's great too. Thank you.
So I'll just add that in years past, the HOA attorney would often attend our meetings, but she has not been here for some time. So we don't have any opportunity to ask them that directly in this session.
Gotcha. All right. Yeah, that's been our challenges. We have a couple different properties, and Sea to Ski manages a couple of them, and yeah, it's been our challenge. But I'd love to get more engaged and understand and what that connection is between this group and how we can get more involved. So thank you.
Well, Daniel, you're welcome to reach out to me separately, and if you want to spend 15 minutes with me, I have a Tuesday session at between 4 and 5 every other Tuesday to discuss matters like this.
Literally have that on my list, so I'll do that separately. So thank you.
Hey, thanks, Daniel. Who else is online, Alicia?
I don't see any more hands online, but I know that.
Hi. Julie Quick, I live at 11505 North Sailwater Lane. And question about the intersection of Sailwater Lane and Deepwater Drive. So to orient you guys, this is the last street of Shoreline 2 that meets above it Shoreline 3, and then sits off to the left of it, the new construction of the single family homes. There is traffic flowing in 3 directions to one spot. People coming up Sailwater, coming down Deepwater, and the new residents of Shoreline 3 going out Deepwater the other direction. No signage, no stop signs, no yields, no anything. And I'm I personally have gotten nearly clocked a couple times, and I'm sure others have too. And so I don't know if there is a plan for signage there, and if so, it would probably be worth accelerating, because it's turning pretty dangerous right there.
Do you have any specific, oh, I'm sorry, do
Okay,
you have any specific recommendations? Have you thought that far forward?
So if you've been there, you come down off of Shoreline, down deep water by the homes, and then kind of hook on to Sailwater Drive that takes you over to Recreation Drive. That's kind of a through of the neighborhood. There's a little bit of a hill to that as well. So I don't think you'd want to put a stop sign on Sailwater, because then people would be stopping on an incline. That doesn't feel right. But Deepwater, I think could have a stop sign in either of the 2 points, either going eastbound or westbound, I believe that is. It feels like there needs to be just one stop sign there, just to hold up somebody to take a pause, but
Deepwater and what's the cross street right there?
Deepwater and Sailwater. But it would be the Deepwater side, probably where the Shoreline 3 residences are, because that's a funky street. It starts up at Shoreline and goes one on us, S down, and then ends up in the spot that I'm talking about. So it feels like there should probably be a stop sign.
So Mayor, I
There.
think this is a question for engineering and public works. I mean, we have,
yeah.
so I think we just need to engage them, take a look at it and decide what the appropriate sign.
Yeah, so I would just say, Julie, that we get Dan Allen over there and understand, get a little bit more input directly from you and say, what are your suggestions, and do a little bit of analysis on the situation.
And I invite the engineers to just solve it. But I know that like 3 directions of traffic with no yields or stop signs is not the answer. So, I mean, if the engineers just put that on their task, I'm
Yeah.
happy with whatever gets solved.
It's not in.
Well, that's a good one, so hold us to it. But I would also say, can we get your phone on that as well?
Sure, it's 47.
You want to do it?
Not now.
That's true.
It's-
Can you write it down on the?
Do we have to ask for addresses too? We just get, because I think that's personal PII, and I don't think we should be asking for that.
Yeah,
I'm
we,
okay.
we can talk about that.
Yeah.
But no,
You don't need it? Okay.
What we do?
Oh, we have,
I would imagine, because when we do construction drawings for roads, that
Uh-huh.
we have engineers that plan these, I would imagine if you look back at the construction drawings for those roads,
Yeah.
that they're planned out by an engineer, and they would have stop signs on those roads, and the developer should put those in.
Yeah.
It shouldn't be the city's responsibility to put in it. I would imagine, now, if it was missed during review and stuff, then it might be the city's responsibility, but I would bet you that they're on the construction drawings for the developer.
And that's solidly in Shoreline. if I'm
Yeah,
looking at it
yeah.
correctly. So
Absolutely. So, I mean, I think if plans exist or an engineer needs to look at it, it just needs to implement, right, as soon as possible, because it really is turning pretty hairy out there.
okay. I'd say, so if you've got firsthand information, and that could be useful as well. So,
Okay,
all right,
my info's on the list.
appreciate it. Anyone else online? Anyone else here? Okay, so we'll close public input at this point and move on to agenda items, including discussion. First item on the list is the discussion of updating advisory committees to the mayor and include working groups. And so, Holly, you have, would you, actually, let's go to the verbiage here, which is in the agenda. And this is the advisory committees to the mayor. So they're pretty much advisory committees that we've had or that we could create. And this is my recommendations. I shared this with the council during the week, and Polly is also giving some wording on this. So this is the structure. We'll still obviously have the planning commission. And within our code, we also have that the planning commission will be responsible for the general plan. I'm suggesting we move, actually, I think design review was moved in there, so if you look at some of that, so that would be the planning commission and working groups. And then we have on the books a public utilities advisory committee, 1.28.30. And so using that as a basis, I'd like to expand that to a public works, which would include other things like roads and even potentially internet, but also under that could be a water working group. So working groups to that effect. I want to keep the EDC separate, as we have been maintaining that, and that would include working groups of Ross Creek and Richardson Flat, Silver Meadows. So not a lot of change there. No change on the post and transportation committees. A new committee would be communications and public safety. But we've had some kinds of working groups under that, or we've actually had committees. I'm suggesting that our own wildfire committee that I've been involved with, and Jonathan, would move under that rather than staying as a committee, but more as a working group. And then incorporate things like resident communications groups, events, working group, which we've kind of changed that to vision, but we've kind of like lost control a little bit of that. And then really important here, and I know JD, you and I have talked about this, is an evacuation working group. In regards to all that, that committee would also probably be oversee the comprehensive emergency management plan, which is CEMP. And so it really is emergency, public safety, and then communications and events. So that would be kind of a new group. I'm suggesting initially I'd run it and that Bob would back me up. No change on the transportation and post groups, no change on the EDC, and Jonathan has agreed to be on the PW Public Works Advisory Committee. So that's what I propose, and I don't know if I even need a head nod for that. Do I, Polly?
No, so these are committees that the mayor is able to do. They're all just advisory. They're not taking any action, anything like that. There's some language in there. Also, just to be clear, the planning commission, although there are some planning type working groups, the planning commission is its own, it's completely separate from this. It is not a mayor's recommendation.
Correct.
Right, so that's why it's not on this list. And there's some verbiage in here about kind of if one of the committees needs funding or support, funding to have staff support it. There's a process for that. There's also a process in terms of requests for documents and how that works, because anytime a town creates a document, it's subject to RAMA, and there are certain rules associated with that. And so while you don't need a vote, of course, if you.
Yeah, just to explain the requirements for each committee and working group at a high level. It really, if you look at some of this, it follows exactly what's in the code now, but we haven't exactly been following it. But I've added some other things that I've called out of other towns, such as appointees should represent the community as a whole. I don't know, sometimes we get into our own specifics, but the point being, I just want to emphasize that it shall avoid having two of the same council persons as leading or co-members of the same of more than two committees. All appointments shall be for 1 year, and I think that's consistent. Meetings should be at the call of the chairperson. The duties are, hey, you're there for the town and for the working group. City officers, department heads and board, people who work for the town should be able to give those committees input. And as Polly was just saying, where certain information might be sensitive to, say, a developer, we may have to keep that out of any minutes. But I'm expecting a regular report from the committee chairs and a call once a month, 1 week before the town council meeting, that we go over that so that we have an idea of what the committee's doing. And the committee reports, I've actually have an outline what should be included. And specifically, pretty simple, you know, name of the working group, the members, but also the resources that you really want. So we don't have unlimited resources in Hideout. So I'm expecting the committee chairs to, which are really the town council right now, to perform some type of annual budget with the 2 times of the years minimally that they would submit October 1 and April 1. With April 1 would give us 3 months before our budget is in, so we could budget properly for the year for that committee. Because we've had lots of requests for attorneys and engineers, which can run up the bill quite dramatically. We're talking, you know, at least $250 an hour. So it's up to the committees really to run this as a kind of a little bit of a business, not just run haphazard. And so really putting down some structure around the committees. And then I've also said that the town administrator currently has $15,000 authority, so she continues with that authority. Jan, it's 20. All right, well, we got to correct that one. And so, you know, you have the authority to obviously make some decisions along the way so we can move things ahead. But the most important thing, one of the most important things is, you know, running any business with a budget, and not having kind of a helter-skelter call like, I need this resource or that resource, even if it's internal, that we, you know, think about what we're trying to do as our committee chairs. And so that was it. Any questions, council?
Well, I noticed there's no detail under transportation or post or budget finance committee, which is on hold. Do you need help understanding what those committees do, or are you, or is there a reason why there is no detail?
Only because they're existing currently as is, so I didn't really want to move anything around with yourself or in the transportation committee. You know, structurally, there's possibilities of moving those around, but I just didn't include anything below that because they're already pre-existing and there was no real change to that. So nothing there other than the fact that they're going to continue on as they are. Unless you have thoughts, Chris.
No, we're doing well. When I give the report out, you'll see we're actually getting things done. We have deliveries of items and we're anyway, so, but we do periodically need Thomas's time. Rarely do we need Gordon. We mostly need Thomas's time for planning, and we need staff time because Kathleen is actually the chairman of the committee. I'm not the chairman. I am simply the council representative on the committee. So Kathleen is our deputy clerk and also building department.
Well, in any of that, this applies to all committees, that they will try to think forward in their need for resources and you know, put this down in writing, especially Ken. It's not like, you know, a guarantee, but in any business, you put a pro forma budget together and you work off of that and you understand, you know, am I in the guidelines? And if you're missing, then, you know, the next time around, you either have to make a change or not. By the way, there's somebody here that's Larry E. entered the, oh, I said just the living room there.
Yeah, he entered twice, and for some reason that one won't admit, I don't know why, but anyway, he's there down below. He's
All right.
So Mayor,
No
let me
problem
just, I'm glad we're getting more organized around committees. It sounds like the right, directionally, the right place to go. I would just caution that we don't introduce too much overhead. Remember, we're a really small town. We're lucky when we have volunteers to work on things. So let's not, you know, use a howitzer when we really just, you know, need a little slight correction to try to ensure that certain committees don't overspend, because I know certain committees have spent quite a bit of money, not the post committee, but other committees have. So, you know, directionally, I think this sounds great, but I would caution, we're still a small town. We're lucky that we have volunteers that are engaged. Let's not put so much overhead that the committee can't get anything.
Good point. Any other comments on the committee structure?
Just a small point, on page 5, paragraph 1, the third sentence. It says open meetings AC, it should probably be Open Meetings Act. That we're gonna comply with, just a very minor.
Wait, who's gonna comply with that? The committees are not open meetings, they don't have more than 2 elected officials in them ever.
So there's a note because the mayor is the ex officio member of all committees, is the way that the policy reads. So I was concerned that if you have more than 2, if you have 2 council members and the mayor, then.
Physically present, right?
Present,
Present.
then
No,
I
not
wanna
to do
make
that.
sure that we comply with the open.
We know not to do that. You know, the mayor's member of the council, just a voting member. We are a 6-person council, so he's a member. We understand. We can't
Yeah.
have 3 of us.
So I just wanted to make it clear that if that happened, we would have to, but
Yes.
I'm sorry, Jonathan, anything else?
No, that was the only thing. Other than that, I think we're in good shape.
Anyone else, on council that want to comment about the committee? Yeah, this is all, so in summary, it's all about, being a little bit better organized without putting a lot of burden, but at least having, some, feedback. And I've heard you say the same thing, Chris, that, you know, hey, what's your statement about the committees? What's your vision? Where are you going? And how are you gonna get there? And so this just puts a little bit of, guardrails around this, puts a little bit of parameters, puts a little bit of oomph in it, and hopefully not too much, but that's where we're going with that.
Can I make a suggestion? And Carol, I wonder what your thoughts are, but Carol does join the post committee, and so it might make sense to combine transportation and post. Because, you know, we often are cross the line on things, and that would reduce committee to 1 less committee. Carol and I will both be serving on it for now, and so 2 council members. The other thing is.
I'm sorry, Chris, would you say transportation and posting?
Yeah, we already meet together. Yeah, because Carol is a one person transportation committee, and she joins us on the post committee because we have things aligned, you know, trails, for example, are also transportation. So we align in that way, and then you know, transportation, a lot of it is focused on what's happening in Richardson Flat and the buses to the resorts and things like that, as well as, you know, what's going back and forth to Heber. So I feel like we're close enough aligned where you could combine those committees.
I was actually thinking, and I didn't want to get involved in any of these, you know, the specifics on some of the committees, but transportation is also public safety. Transportation is also public works, with roads. So, you know, again, where do you
In our
juggle
sense
these?
is public transportation. Public transport. Buses, we're talking about the bus system, we're talking about, you know, servicing transportation needs, and then it's also trails, because some trails are transportation.
Carol, sorry, Carol is saying also bikes.
And bikes, thank you, Carol. So in what we cover, and maybe you don't wanna call it the transportation committee.
Yeah, we
but-
might change that. So let's think about that one.
But I'm
but-
just suggesting we combine it, because there's no need, I don't think there's a need to keep it separate at this point. And then the other thing is what's not here. So, you've recognized a lot of different areas that you're covering, but you haven't covered some of the things that, were presented to you, regarding, the gap or the input from the community about certain matters of engineering. And engineering, public works, and building, thank you, and building. So, you know, we have some recognized gaps. And is your intent to work on that with staff? How are you gonna know, for example, how are you gonna prioritize, for example, the vast differences in water pressure between certain subdivisions? Is that something that you know about, that you've got on a priority list? Is that an engineering item you're just gonna handle administratively, internally? What about the?
Could I answer that?
Yeah, go ahead.
Thanks. So, you know, give me a second here and I will answer it. So, the Public Utilities Advisory Committee becomes the Public Works Advisory Committee, and that includes water and sewer. And so those pieces, including water audits, water conservation, roads, and potentially internet, would all fall under the Public Works Advisory Committee.
Which committee would handle, the need, the understanding, the need, the two things that we have identified gaps in, and one of them is building, where building inspections stop and town engineering is, and there's definitely a gap outside the building itself of, you know, we have some gaps there.
Does it touch Public Works?
No,
Your description
it does
says
not.
yes.
It does not.
Doesn't touch water?
No, it's building.
It's strictly building?
It is strictly building,
Well,
building and
that-
engineering.
I
Where is
put
that?
this under public works again, and we'll expand it to building, because if you're talking about a building and you're connecting to water or sewer, I would think, anyway, that that would be the appropriate authority and committee to talk
Public
about
Works
that.
is infrastructure that's already built to be maintained, right? That's what Public Works does. We have built our 4 public infrastructure items. The developers have provided them as part of their projects, and then they get turned over to the town. That's what Public Works does. What we're talking about is the building itself. So when a building is being inspected, and there are all kinds of, you know, phases of inspections, but there are certain inspections, things that are not happening because either they're not on the inspection checklist, or our building department, our building official doesn't think it's his job, that where we have a gap. And it has to do with, for example, stormwater runoff. So that's a gap that we have heard about in the community and we're trying to bring forward. Where do we go with something like that?
Well,
It's
I
not
would,
Public Works.
again, I would probably put this, we can expand the nature of the Public Works, water, sewer, and maybe building advisory committee. But if we're dealing with roads as a working group, roads are dealing with drainage. And I would want to put this under one of the working groups, and we create another working group. So is that your suggestion?
Yeah, we had sent you a proposal. I hope people were able to read it. And it did include, you know, and we have a list of projects that we think we would like to bring forward, but there's no, right now in this committee structure, there's no avenue for us to do that. Except to, you know, how do we handle something?
So I would suggest that we, to keep the number of groups and committees reasonable and within the same concepts and context, that we include that into this nature, and I thank you for that addition. Simple, in my mind. Anyone else have any thoughts about that? We'll add that, Chris.
Sounds great.
Thank you.
So, will it be, I'd like to see the budgets of the other committees. So when we do have to fulfill this, you know, budgeting need, I'd like the council to take a look at the budgets of each of the committees and what they're asking for to see if it's reasonable. Because, Economic Development Committee, for example, might spend a lot of money doing an open house or doing some media blitz, or whatever it is you guys are doing to try to generate some kind of interest in somebody coming in to develop Ross Creek. I'd like to know how much money is spent there. And I would say the same thing of all the other committees. How much money are we spending?
Well, I heard the post committee was looking for $1 million from some developers, so tell me about $1 million versus what some of the others. So you're right, you're absolutely 100% correct, Chris. We need to do that, but I'd also put this back to you and
But
say,
it's not operating for I'm talking about operating for the committee. What we're talking about is raising money so we can bring to the town a public amenity. So, and the engineering and construction of that public amenity. So we're talking about this Pine Trail, which, by the way, is already adopted in the addendum to the post addendum to the general plan. So it's there, and, you know, it's been part of our general plan for years.
well, you know, I haven't seen any budget to that effect, so I'm asking you, And I think we need to move on. And we can talk about that at a later point. I take your input, profoundly, as important in terms of what we can do here for, the extension and expansion of the Public Works Advisory Committee and for the building sense, and we'll add that as a working group. I take your input as on the budget side, extremely important. And I don't think we've done a good job on that in any committee. So every committee will be responsible for preparing a budget and how they're using money. So I think we're aligned on that as well. Any other input? Okay, let's move on. Go back to number 2, discussion and consideration of possible appointment regarding the planning commission chair in consideration of moving alternate planning commissioner Chase Winder to a regular position. So, I have 3 things I'd like to ask for. One, first, and we'll take a vote on that, or I'd like a motion on that, which we need. Just Polly, you keep me correct on this. The appointment of our alternate to a regular position, Mr. Chase Winder. Is there a motion on that?
So moved.
Second,
Second,
Bob is second. Chris,
Yes.
Carol. I think that's a yes. Carol, just wave your hand, yes or no?
Thumbs up, thumbs down.
Yes. JD?
Yes.
Bob,
yes.
John?
Yes.
Okay, motion passed. Second motion would be for, I'd like to give myself and the council a little bit more time in entertaining a possible chair for the planning commission. We've had one terrific candidate entertain themselves, but there are 2 others and that have offered their names in, and I'd like to have a chance to review their background and resumes. So I'm asking for a motion on appointing Jonathan as a temporary chair to hold us through. And this has not been inconsistent with what we've done in the past. And is there a motion on that?
First of all, I'd like to speak about this before we go into motion. So I've seen a few endorsements from the planning commission, from Tony, our former chair. I saw Joel sent a glowing endorsement. So we have one member of the planning commission who is the second longest serving member, and that's Glennis Tansky, who's in the audience, who has expressed interest in becoming the chair. Now, she's been on the committee for many years with an exemplary attendance record, as well as, superior preparation in the meetings. And I fail to understand why you, Mayor, would be thinking that because we've got someone who's ready, willing, and able to do this, why you would even hesitate. Can you explain that?
I don't think I have to explain it. I'm
Well, the
offering.
council has an opportunity.
Yeah, and I've talked to some members of council, but I'll share that with you. I think I need another month to interview 2 other people. That's what we've done in the past, and that's how we've operated. And if we can't,
But the council has to, they're not on the planning commission now. So you've just filled the vacancy with Chase.
Correct.
So we now have 5 voting members.
Right.
So you have no vacancy to fill with another person.
Just as chair.
Can I just speak from a legal perspective? So you can't just appoint someone chair, the person has to be on. So if you want to, and let me just take a step back, and I've advised you on this as well, Mayor, as you've kind of, as you've talked about, it's your responsibility to appoint. It's the council's responsibility to advise and consent to who you want to do. So we've talked a little bit about this in terms of having, so first of all, you can't just appoint the chair first. You need to, either the chair has to be someone who is on the commission or is an alternate. right? So I think you might be, you're just doing it. in
So we
a
need to appoint someone as alternate. Because we just agreed that Chase is a regular, so we have one opening for an alternate.
You do have an opening for an
Okay,
alternate, so you
so I'd
can,
revise my motion to say, I'd like to get a motion, from someone as to, Jonathan as an alternate during this interim period, so that I can evaluate, all candidates for the position in the planning commission.
I don't think you're being, I don't think you're being honest.
can I just
Excuse
want to, advise the council. So that you know, so legally, you can appoint, the council can advise and consent to have a council member be on the planning commission. That's the first issue, right? It legally, you can do it. However, from a legal perspective, I don't recommend it, whether it's temporary or not, because if the council member, there are certain things that the council member cannot act on. So one of them are plats, which involve residential development. Under state law that came into effect, was implemented at the end of last year. It specifically says no member of a legislative body can be in that role. So the council member cannot act in both roles. So that's one conflict where person couldn't act if they're a council member. The second one is if there's a conditional use permit that goes through the planning commission and that's appealed. The council is the appellate body for conditional use permits. So either the council member, if they are involved with it, whether just sitting there and not participating, or if they're an active member and voting, then that person would have to recuse either from the planning commission or as the appellate body. You obviously can't be both. And also as the chair, I would not want to defend that person acting as chair and then also, but not voting. So those ones are just not allowed at all. You get into a kind of gray area, which is why I don't recommend having someone sit in on both bodies. But again, legally you can do it, but you do have several aspects of the planning commission that are recommendations to the council. So for example, if you have a legislative change, then that is a recommendation from the planning commission to council. So you have a same person involved in both levels. Now, the other issue you get, which is also something that I would recommend that we clarify in our code, is what the role of alternates actually are. Because right now, as it reads, it's just alternates are there to step in when someone is missing from the planning commission. But currently, seems that the common practice is that alternates are required to attend all meetings. And they often actually sit up on the dais. They participate in the meeting, but they don't vote. That's fine, but we should make that clear.
Yeah, and our previous chair said he wants them to participate and actually voice their opinion on the vote, which I think is a good idea. But we don't have that codified, do we?
We don't have that codified, and so I would recommend that that's something that this council should look at, because it's
Agreed.
confusing.
I agree.
And it, another thing we could do is we could expand it to be a 7-member planning
Yeah.
commission, or we could, then you'd need a quorum of 4, right now we need a quorum of 3. So, there are some things that need to be tidied up in our code. Our code is also silent on the chair and who appoints. Traditionally, it has been, the mayor,
That's right.
with advice and consent, has
Yeah.
appointed the chair. In other jurisdictions, it has been, I've always seen it come from the commission itself, and they nominate someone within, but our history has been that the mayor does it. Again, we don't have it codified, so I would recommend that we do that, because also we don't know what's the term of the chair? Like a lot of ones that I've seen, it's a 1-year term and then they revote or, so to have those type of loose ends quantified would be very helpful
Couldn't agree more.
to.
Yeah.
Well, it seems like we should, I mean, how do you run a planning commission meeting without a chair?
If there was no chair or if Tony hadn't been there, what I would recommend is that the commission vote to,
Choose a chair.
to choose a chair.
Can we do
Pro
that?
temp
Mhm.
for that meeting.
Well, I wouldn't want to do that before we codify it. And offer
Well, we
what
can-
I would like to see as, excuse me, some wording behind this because, and I'd like to do a little bit more research as to, I know other towns have done it because I've already looked at it. I also know what we've done historically here. So we've had a precedent where the mayor, and we all, at least I know it because I was involved in the planning commission when that occurred, where the mayor appointed a member of council to be the chair, to be an alternate member. So we'll go back and we'll make sure this starts with the alternate member. The mayor made the chair appointment and then actually added another council person as a second alternate. And that existed, if anyone would like to go back, because I was there, that existed for almost 18 months.
Are we taking public input at all? on
No,
this?
I don't think
So nobody in the audience can, we have a former chair of the planning commission in the back row who was here during the time I mentioned. We've got two planning commissioners here. We've got letters from two planning commissioners. So I'm missing something. The only person who hasn't weighed in is Donna and she is at work. So, I think it's clear from the planning commission perspective that they know who they want their chair to be. They want their chair to be Glynis because Glynis has come forward. She's highly qualified. She has 10 years as a planning commission member in another jurisdiction, in addition to all of her years here. So I still
Chris,
fail to understand why you will not,
I'd like to have the opportunity to interview the other people.
why don't you make the appointment now and then we can go ahead and change whatever the rules are for the planning commission and what the term is for the.
I don't think we're
Chairman,
prepared
do
tonight
that.
to do that. I do not think we're prepared to do that tonight.
Well,
And-
what does the council think? Now, I'm going to guess that some of you all already talked and didn't talk to me, but I'd like to poll the council. And let's start with JD since you're here. JD, what is your opinion about the planning commission chair appointment?
My thought is that there was a precedent. Some sort, I think fair point's been made about the, other viewpoints. I'm kind of, I don't have a strong opinion on it, to be honest.
Well, so you would be okay if we had no chair, and then how would the planning commission meet? They would call a meeting, I guess, and then at the meeting, they would go ahead and appoint a pro tem, and that pro tem would be Glynis, because that, they've already expressed their support for her, the existing planning commission members. I don't know what about Chase, right, because he's not a voting member, and I don't know what he would do, but they have a quorum, they have a majority already, who would be backing Glynis, so is that how you'd like to proceed, that we go meeting to meeting to, until such time as the council is ready to make a quote unquote permanent appointment, whatever that term is, be determined? Or is that how you'd like us to operate our planning commission?
I think that's a perfectly acceptable way to conduct business until such point as this issue is resolved, which it's not.
And what's the
So-
issue exactly?
Pardon me?
What's the issue?
Excuse me,
This is,
can I interrupt here? This is not an inquisition of one council member.
Well, I asked him what the
Commit-
issue, he used the word issue, and I want to know what the
the
issue.
issue is like, it's up in the air, and so it's unclear exactly. So I'm not here to solve that
But
necessarily.
you are, you're here.
Well, eventually, sure, when I've got more information, I suppose, but at this point, it feel very kind of like,
Well, I know you're new to the
Reactionary.
council, but this is what we
Can
do.
we get some other input?
I don't need a lecture about this, Chris. No, thanks. I really don't.
I know that you guys have had your little sidebar conversation, and I don't understand why you're ignoring a person.
Just like
Just
you
say it
have,
out loud.
Chris, just like you have.
What do you mean?
As your sidebar conversations happen.
For the planning commission chair.
That's right.
I haven't spoken, honestly, haven't spoken to anyone except for Liz about the planning commission.
So
here.
all I'm asking for from the council is some leeway to talk to the people who volunteered.
And I'm saying, okay, well, I'm saying
And I don't see where
I'm
that-
not interested in that. I
Oh,
would like the
okay.
planning commission to be fully
Well,
functioning
we've seen what
at the
that.
next meeting.
You know, we've also seen what that has incurred when we had Mr. Ginsburg and Mr. Aramet at odds with one another. And I think we had to go back and be fair to Mr. Ginsburg to get his peace of mind out. So I'm trying to avoid some of that confrontation and reduce that friction. And so I understand your point. Does anybody else have it on the council have any input? Carol? Carol, chime in if you like, or
She
Bob.
has laryngitis, she can't talk.
Did you read it?
So it says, have other planning commission members volunteered to chair the commission?
I can't, I'm not gonna answer that question, but, that could be a possibility. So yes.
No, I mean, right now, did anybody else say I would like to be chair besides Liz? Did anybody?
From whom?
From the existing planning commission, the
Um,
current planning commission, which now includes Chase.
yes,
Who?
that person has asked me not to divulge, both of these people have said they want to talk to me first. That's what I'm saying, Chris. You have to
Why is
give
it so
people.
secret? This is our planning commission. They're supposed to be doing the work for the.
It's not secret. They've asked me to have a conversation first before they announce
Announce
okay.
what?
that they're interested officially. I'm sorry, you know, they deserve that chance.
But they're not on the commission right now.
So, I would just say you're wrong. Sorry, we can't take open input.
Well, he can take it. The input.
Okay, so.
I mean, we have commission members. Do you want to? hear
I'd like to
from
make a comment. I have
Uh,
somewhat of a voice.
Carol's off mute.
I don't know if you can you hear me?
Yes.
All right, my comment is, you have a very well qualified member of Planning Commission who has volunteered to chair it. And in the past, it has been difficult to get people to chair the Planning Commission. And I just don't think, I can't understand why you won't accept that. And I don't think you're being very transparent about what you intend to do. I also would like to make the comment that I see all kinds of conflicts of interest with someone from council chairing the planning commission.
Well, Carol, it's interesting. That's a great comment. And I do agree in principle, and I don't want to do what Mayor Rubin did for 16 or 18 months. And that was had two council people, including the chair, reside on the planning commission. I have no intentions of following that suit. However, I am saying that I would like to have another month to talk to two people who are interested in the chair position. And I think that's reasonable, given what we've seen in the past couple of months with two other folks. And so, no, and so Carol, you were on the council when you allowed that to occur. Chris, you were on the council when you allowed that to
Allowed what to
occur.
occur? What are we allowed to occur?
That Jerry Donnell was the chair while he was on the council with you and Carol. So if
Jerry's
you're
in the
still
back.
adamant about this, why didn't you say something then?
Back in that day, and this was, Jerry's been gone for 5 years, so this was a long
Okay,
time
do we
ago.
need a history
Well,
lesson
you
here?
brought it up, so I'm going to comment on it.
Okay.
And at that time, we had so few residents, we had a lot of difficulty filling this commission. And so at the time, until such time as we could attract more people, we had to have that transition. Also, Jerry at the time was responsible and working on a complete rewrite of our land management code, and he needed to stay engaged with the planning commission to finish that up. Despite
For
his
16 months.
appointment.
No, it was not 16 months. I'm sorry to speak out, but you're talking about things that
Just wasn't true.
that aren't true. It was 3 months until we finished up the rewrite of the code, and I was not chairing. I was supporting the planning commission, as that work was completed, there was a vacancy on the council that I took. And part of that agreement with Phil was that we would finish that code as well, and it was 3 months.
Well,
And
if
I
I
did
look
not
back
know-
at that, and look, I don't want to, with 3 months or 16, but you were listed as chair, I believe, right, for all those months? And, well, can we look at the,
Tony took over,
correct?
and I was involved with the planning commission to finish that recodification.
Mhm.
And that's the reason Phil asked me to stay engaged with the planning commission, was to get that over the finish
Well,
line.
that was a really long time.
It was not, it was 3
Well,
months.
if you look at the minutes, it's not consistent with what you're saying. So, hey, I've got him here. So the point being was, whether it's 3 months or it's 16, that's what occurred during that point in time, as well as Kurt Shadle was on there as well.
No, Kurt was already on council at that point in time. He had been gone a long
Kurt
time.
was an alternate member of the planning commission.
No.
Yes, he was. Oh, God, you haven't read the minutes.
Okay, Ralph, back to current times.
Yeah.
I am a
That-
current member of
Read
the
the
planning
minutes.
commission, as a current member. I just want to voice my opinion and say that I do believe that Glennis is the only one that is really qualified
Fair enough.
and very committed and has the experience, because there are a few other members who are either not attending regular meetings because various reasons, or they just haven't been around long enough to really understand everything that's been going on with the town. And I think it's really important to be really knowledgeable. And I'd say, other than her, probably I would be the next in line as far as experience. But I would like to see Glennis take the
Yeah,
position.
thanks for the comment, appreciate it. And Jerry, thanks for the comment, but I think you need to go back and really look at those minutes. And reflect on who was part of that. So, I spent a couple of hours looking at this. I'm going, wow,
Just for the record, I believe you're incorrect.
okay. We'll take that offline.
Okay, so we had JD weigh in. Since you're sitting here next to me, Jonathan, what do you think?
Since I'm the football getting kicked around here,
Why do you want
I'm not going
why do you
to
wanna
make
do
a
it?
comment.
Why do you want to chair it?
I'm not gonna be bullied by you, Chris. I just made it clear that I'm the football that's getting kicked around, and I'm not gonna make a comment on this.
So you have no.
Bully all you want, it won't make a difference.
I'm trying to do what's best for the town, guys. I don't
We
know
all
what
are.
you all are doing, but I am, got nothing but the town's best interests in mind. Really? Okay. So.
We want to
Carol,
give people,
if someone
excuse
would
me,
like to hear
excuse
from
me,
the time-
excuse me. Excuse me, Fred. We want to give people who do offer their services to the town a fair shot. And that's what happened with Brad and Peter, and I don't want to go through the same situation again where it caused a lot of animosity.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Well,
So-
you weren't there.
That has nothing to do with disappointment. So,
I just.
and then what about Bob? We didn't hear from Bob. I'm silent on the phone if he's still with us. I'd like to
What
know.
about Bob? What about Bob?
Okay.
Hang on, this is getting good. I'm gonna go make some popcorn. This is very entertaining. Hey, I'm gonna back up a little bit. Chris, I love you, but you're not the mayor and you have a tendency to take over the meeting. Please stop. If for no other reason, it makes the meeting go 4 times longer than it needs to be. Ralph is the mayor, Ralph is the captain, Ralph is running the show. So let's please move forward right here. I'm fine with what Ralph's doing.
So I'm gonna just say that as council member, we should all be speaking up, including yourself, Bob. And trying to do what's best for the town. The mayor is responsible to chair the meeting. Richie
Yeah,
Rogers-
Chris, I agree with you. You speak probably 80% of the time. I can't get a word in edgewise. And it's been like that for the first time I've been on council 5 years ago. The very first meeting, you shushed me right there in public. And this is not a good way to run business. So let's Ralph be the captain and run the meeting. Please stop doing what you're doing.
Okay, thank you, Bob. And I think we got some input from Carol that was written, and so let's move on. I wanted, look,
Move on to what? Are we moving on to
Yes,
we
please.
make the motions, not you.
No, I haven't.
We make the motions.
Yes, you
I
make
make
the
to make a
motion.
motion to appoint Glynis as planning commission chair. So somebody needs to second that.
I'll second.
Now you have to take a vote, Fran.
So, Jonathan,
No.
JD,
No.
Bob,
No.
Carol,
Yes.
Chris,
Yes.
vote does not carry. We'll move on. So, given that, I just want to say one other thing. Thank you, Glynis, for putting your name in. This is not about you. This is, you might think it's about you. And this is about giving other people that I would expect a fair opportunity to talk to me. And this is not gonna last forever. And you can make this a huge political football, because I think that's exactly what we're hearing here. Let's move on. Do I have a motion do I have a motion for Jonathan to be an alternate, so we can get him on there and just next as chair temporarily?
So
No, we
moved.
got from our attorney not to do this, and you're just ignoring that, so.
Now, I think I did get that advice. Privately, she said, this is fine. Alicia's told me this is fine, and we've done this for 16 months. So
let
let's
me
move
just-
on.
Let me just be clear. I do think it is legally permitted. I don't recommend it for the reasons that I outlined because of the conflicts. But legally, you can do it. There's no prohibition in the code.
And we're talking a very short period of time. So to give someone a
And-
chance, and I don't think in the next month, there will be any conflicts that you mentioned. And so
Well,
let's
so
move.
for example,
happens
next
after
month
vote?
on the, you just need to be aware or you should consider appointing an alternate chair if the chair cannot be there because of the conflicts. So for example, next month on your meeting, you're going to have a subdivision or a development agreement that's going to both levels. So you have, it's not per se illegal, which is why, but you will have, you're inviting the possibility of there being an accusation of someone running a meeting and also at the planning commission level and also voting on it as a council member. Not illegal, but it just creates areas of gray that's why I don't recommend it. But that's up to.
Understood, and I think
to
again,
you.
this is short term, much shorter term than what the council did, including two council members that are here that are not backing up what they did previously. So understand, get your point,
Yeah.
Polly, and I think we're still not, we're not delving into anything illegal. This is highly temporary. Do I have a motion for Jonathan to be an alternate member of the planning commission?
So moved.
Second? Second, okay, so,
No,
Chris says no.
Holly, I have a question. Since I am again the football being kicked around here, is it legally permissible for me to vote on myself? I don't
There's
wanna,
nothing in the code about this, so you can vote.
John,
then yes.
Carol,
No.
Bob,
Yes.
Already voted.
and JD, yes. Okay, so motion carries. Next, I'd like to hear a motion for to appoint Jonathan as temporary chair for the planning commission. Do I hear a motion on that?
can we just do it?
Not as chair, that was an alternate, right? Thank you.
That's fine.
So who gets bumped?
We have an opening for an alternate.
Actually, no one would get home.
Chase just got upgraded, so there is an opening for an alternate.
Do I have a motion?
Say again, that cut out.
Yeah, I'll repeat that. Is there a motion for Jonathan going to be temporary chair to carry us through a short period of time?
I'll move on that.
Bob moves, any second? Second. JD seconds, Jonathan?
Polly, once again, I wanna make sure, am I legally allowed to vote on this?
There's no prohibition in the code on this, so it's silent, so you need to do it based on your. Up to you.
And yes,
Carol? Carol?
No,
Bob
Yes.
and Chris?
No.
Okay,
I don't think you,
SJJ,
yeah, just because someone seconds it, that's not a vote for
JJ,
or against,
yeah.
that's just for them.
so I think we're motion carried, correct?
And I would recommend that you consider appointing someone as a vice chair with advice and consent of the council in case there's a conflict. So that you don't have a situation where you don't have a chair, and since right now, the past has been, it's been from the mayor.
Fair enough, yeah, and we've had vice chairs, I was vice chair of the planning commission for 2.5 years, but we haven't had a vice chair. I do not believe, since myself. Has anybody, as far as I know, we have not had a vice chair since I had that position. But that's fine, we can move on that. I would take a motion that we have vice chair as Glynis for this period as
I'll
well.
move, so moved.
Okay, a second?
I'd like to know if Glennis would like to be vice chair. Because, just because we pick a name out of a group, I think they want it. We know
Fair
he
enough.
wants to be the chairman.
You know, that may have been superseding what you want.
Well, I mean, then we'll get into the situation you talked about with the misunderstanding between them.
Yes,
Liz, was that a yes?
that was a yes.
Okay.
So, again, do we have a motion, for Glynis to be vice chair?
So moved.
Jonathan moves. JD seconds. Chris,
Yes.
Bob,
Yes.
Carol,
yes.
JD?
Yes.
Jonathan,
Yes,
motion carries. Okay, thank you.
Is that vice chair appointment now permanent? Till such time as someone, which hopefully will include Glennis, is considered for the chairmanship?
Well,
Since you're making it up as we go, adding a vice chair that we never
I
had.
don't know, we don't have real code on that, as far as I remember, there was no code, Mayor Phil appointed me, until I left actually I became temporary chair. There was nothing in our code that I know that reflects that, so any input from, you were the one who said we should have a vice chair, so I'm gonna put it to you, Polly, what do we need to do here?
So I recommend that we, at the next meeting, this section, it's a little funky because the planning commission section is not within the land use code. It's in kind of our administrative. But I would suggest that at your next meeting, we codify appointment of a chair. I think it's always a good idea to have a vice chair,
Yeah.
whether there's conflict or not.
Yeah.
Someone might not be there, so you want to have that designated. And then also the role of alternates, and I would suggest that.
Can we ask the planning commission to recommend what they would like and bring it forward to the council, and then we can consider it in our next meeting? How they'd like to operate, because we don't have, right, I don't think we have their rules of order procedure codified. We don't have the terms for the chair. We do have the terms for the appointments, but we don't have anything else. Should we ask them how they recommend that they operate and bring it to council, and then we can decide what to do with that?
My opinion would be, that's what we're trying to do here, to get some idea of how we function with the planning commission in situations like this. And we only have, in my opinion, we have precedent. We also have information, Polly, that you brought, that I've looked at from other towns, and you brought into the conversation as well. I would assume, I would suggest we look at, what other entities do in this regard. And we take a look and see how that would work for us in this small town. And I do think the council should have it's the council, it's the mayor with the council that appoints the planning commission members. Therefore, I think the council should have at least a good say or discussion on this, so I begin there.
That's not exactly what I'm saying, but
I know
the
that's
planning commission to come with their recommendations for us to consider, and then of course the council gets to take the action on the policy. So I would like to have request that Jonathan, as the chair, in the next planning commission meeting, put on the agenda a discussion of how the planning commission would like to themselves to operate and send something to us for our next meeting so that we can make that policy.
We do have section 3.02.080, which says, and I'll quote, planning commission shall submit to the council rules and regulations subject to the provisions of the laws of the state and the planning and zoning ordinance of the town to provide for the regulation of its procedure
There you go.
and the conduct of its duties, and may submit amendments to such rules from time to time to the council.
Why don't we just start with that and do that for the, the next month, then bring something
And
back.
we do have those rules of procedure those are anticipated to be discussed at the next planning commission.
Okay, great. So then we'll have more at the council in order to tighten up the policy here.
Okay,
Great.
moving on. I know there are some folks who may not be able to continue. We're at 7:30, so is anyone leaving before our next agenda item?
What's our next one? Is it the,
Presentation by Ben Pro Spencer on the 24 annual audit. Do we have Ben here?
Ben is on, yes.
Oh, okay.
Can I, sorry, Bob, go ahead.
I was gonna say, I reported to work this morning at 10 a.m. last night and then flew over to North Atlantic and Greenland and on into here dodging thunderstorms. I will probably fall asleep at some point. Did you need me around for anything? I hate to say important, but I can't think of another word.
Critical?
Yeah, Bob, I don't think so, and I think we tried to keep everything within this first area of discussion, including the executive session, so if
All right.
we need any votes, so, I would say, given the fact that you've been flying all day, or, take your leave when you wanna take your leave.
All right. On behalf of all those who woke up in Amsterdam yesterday night, if I fall asleep, please don't anyone be offended. I'm surprised I'm still awake right now, but the previous spirited discussion gave me a burst of energy. And anyway, yeah, I'll try and stay on as long as I can. And if we come to a vote and you don't answer, just assume I am asleep. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Bob. And
I was gonna ask really quick, I am having some technical difficulties with the camera, and I just need to unplug it really quick and then reset it. Can I?
You know,
Take a 1 minute break then?
yeah, maybe.
Can we do- Is that okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
We'll do it now.
Okay, break time. 5 minutes, 2 minutes,
2 minutes.
2 minutes.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, are we back in session then? No recess, or that's your call.
Yeah, I think we're back in session. We got everybody here. Carol's on it. Carol, you on? I can't see her. I don't know if she took a break or not. But let's call it, yeah, there she comes. Thanks, Carol. So let's get back in session and ask Ben if he's got something he wants to present to us here in the audit.
Can you hear me? Do you hear me?
And
Yeah, can you hear me?
Hope my thing is working now.
Yes.
You can hear me.
We can hear you.
Okay, great. My name is Ben Probst. I'm with Gilbert and Stewart CPAs. We're located in Provo, Utah. And I'm here to present to you the June 30th, 2024 financial audit. I will be as briefly as I can. I know you've had a lot of discussions and so I don't know if you've got the audit report you can put up there, the financials, but I would start on page 1 of that report, which is our audit report of the financials that were prepared by Kyle Walker of Polaris. And so, yeah.
Page 1, independent auditor's report.
Yes. And just right there, that second paragraph, I'll just read that. States, in our opinion, the financial statements referred to above present fairly in all material respect, the respective financial position of the governmental activity, business type activities, each major fund, and the aggregate remaining fund information of Hideout Town as of June 30th, 2024, and the respective changes in financial positions and cash flows where applicable, and the respective budgetary comparison of the general fund thereof for the year then ended in accordance with accounting principles generally accepted in the United States of America. Basically, this is the best opinion you can receive. It's an unmodified opinion. As you know, for us to come up with that opinion, there's quite a bit of work that's involved. We send out confirmations to verify revenues received from third parties. We also verify other information from them, from various outside sources. We also sample transactions. We were able to work with Carrie. She was able to provide us with the necessary information that we could do that as we gathered our evidence to support our opinion. And so this is our report. The financial statements, I don't know if you've had a chance to look at them. If you have any questions or comments or concerns you'd like to go over, I could open that up right now. Otherwise,
On the audit,
yes.
Ben, did you have any findings on the audit that you would like to do, counsel?
Yeah, on the audit, there was one finding that we recognized. If you go to probably page 49, this is a budget comparison. It's basically the original budget and then the final budget, and then it compares it to actual. In our finding, and that's part of some state compliances and other findings, but we noticed in the general governmental fund, or in the general fund under general governmental expenditures, we had originally budgeted $1.7 million, and then we changed it to $1.2 million, and we actually spent $1.251 million. And so therefore we were over our budget by $51,000. That was.
And I think the page here that what you need is this one here, which is your page 49, but I believe, correct?
Yeah. My page 49, which is your page 59. I'm sorry.
Yeah, got it. Okay. I think this is it.
Yeah, that's it. And so if you look at the expenditures in the general fund, we have the general government expenditures, public safety, highway and public improvements, and park. And our original budget showed $1.7 million 112,000. Our final budget was 1,200,000, but we spent actually 1,251,000. We were over budget by that department by 51,000. And so overall, so that was one finding that we had as we went through the audit. That, you know, in the prior year, we had our fraud risk assessment that was not filed on time, and so that was in compliance this year, and we verified that that was there. So that was our finding. As you know, part of our audit, we also near the end, if you go down to page 62, actually page 64 and 66 is where I really want to be. If you could scroll down on your page 66, the next one down. This is our report with compliance. As you know, the state has a state compliance audit guide, and every year the state auditor's office wants us to look at various things to make sure we're complying with the rules and regs and the laws that the state legislatures have set for cities and towns. This year, we looked at budgetary compliance. We looked at the fund balance, restricted taxes and related revenues, fraud risk assessment, government fees, and cash management. And as we went through there, I mentioned the finding that we had was our budgetary compliance, because basically we're not supposed to spend more than we budget. And as you know, you can amend that throughout the year, but in our case, in 2024, we spend a little bit more. But those are the things that we look at. That rotates from year to year. Some years, some items we don't look at for it until every 3 years. Others we look at every year. It just depends on what the state auditor's office wants us to review. And so that's our report and findings listed there.
Hey, Ben, I have one question.
Sure.
From the this is last year, so we're really looking at a year behind.
Right.
You did note on your page 5 that the total net position improved, or it looks like as a whole increased by $657,162. That, you know, is to me that sounds good.
Yes.
So could you expand on that? Because I think that was an improvement from the previous year, if I'm not mistaken. Any trend that you're looking at from a number standpoint there?
Yeah, let me have you turn, if you turn to page 16 and 17, that is overall, which would be page 26. So that there on page 26, which is page 16 and 17, this is our statement of activities, basically showing our revenues coming in and our expenditures going out, similar to an income statement. On the first page, it shows what our expenses were for those various governmental departments, and then also our business type activities, and where they were offset by charges and services. And then if you go to the next page down, you will see revenues coming in, such as property tax, sales tax, and other items, which then shows our change in net position, and which is our income or loss in a sense. And so that 657,000 is combined of all our activities. So both the governmental activities, the general fund, and our business type activities, which would be your utility funds or the water fund, to show that our net position increased by 657,162.
Hey, Ben, a question for you on the impact fees line.
Uh-huh.
So we did collect impact fees, but then we turned around and sent a reimbursement. Where?
Right.
Somewhere.
So that shows, so we showed that the impact fees we collected was 435,000, and then those, then impact fees were spent on infrastructure and that nature as you turned around and reimbursed, as you've set that up. That would be part of the expenditures. A lot of that would be capitalized into the fixed assets, and so you may not see it necessarily as an expense as a separate item, but it's part of your capital assets. Does that make sense? Such as wherever those reimbursements went to.
Are they here on the audit? That reimbursement?
Yeah, that reimbursement, it doesn't show up here. It shows up more as an expenditure associated with capital improvements. Let's see, if you went to, so it'd be under highway, public safety, it'd be parks and roads, or it would be part of the water and utility fund. But there's not a separate line item showing that expenditure.
Okay, that's on page 26. That the streets and highways, for example, is there
What'd you say on 46?
on my page 26. I don't know if it's
Oh, on
16 on the page. Is that where we would see a portion of that? I'm just trying to understand the report.
So, I mean, it's not, the impact fees expense itself is not necessarily a separate line item, is what I'm saying. The impact fees received are.
Line items. That is collected for the roads.
Yeah, that's the amount that we received in collections for the year, the 435,000 on page 27, which is 17 mine, but 27 years. That's what was collected. And then those expenses going out is part of, it could have been part of streets or highways, and also part of the water type activities, the expenses associated with the water and the capital improvements of fixed assets, such as infrastructure or water lines or whatever the contractor and developer was putting in.
Anything else, Ben, that you want to share? Because we'll move on and.
Yeah.
I think you also have the next item on the agenda as well.
Yeah, the next item is the fraud risk assessment.
Excuse me, so before we move on, it's a real
Oh,
quick question. This is
sure.
probably the mayor and Jan. So with the one finding where the budget wasn't amended in 2024, do we have a policy or a process in place so we can address that? We don't have that same finding come up.
Yeah.
It
has to do with how we utilized MIDA funds.
Okay.
And we kind of used them for, you know, a savings account to see how much we needed to take from them. So I've talked to Ben about changing the way we report that.
Okay, so it's a reporting change, not a really process change.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's move on to the annual fraud risk report. Ben, this is also you, right?
Yes and no. I mean, as I talked to Jan about this, the fraud risk assessment is something that is done by the town itself, and usually Jan and Carrie work through this and go through it to come up with a number. This is something that and I'll just briefly explain it to you. This is something that the state auditor's office asks that the town council and mayor go through annually to review that. And the higher the points, the lower your risk is. And so it looks to me like for the 2025 year, the self-assessment that the city or the town has assessed is that our amount is 335 out of 395. which shows that there can be some improvements that we can do from year to year. But that puts our fraud risk assessment at a low. It's just an annual thing that started about 3 or 4 years when the state auditor Dugan had set that up. So that's an annual thing that the town has to go through every year. And then we as auditors are required to review it, make sure it's being filed and submitted timely, and that the council has done that. So we review that in the minutes. So
Any questions?
I'm happy to report we have a CPA on board. And so our score will go up 20 points next year. So we continue to improve.
And where does it, so what's the check mark? It says, it looks like we didn't get 20 points for the formal internal audit function or formal audit committee. Is that correct, Jen?
No, if you look in the middle of the, roughly in the middle, there's,
Oh, I see, yeah,
Yeah.
another blank spot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we got 3 blank spots, 60 points, that we didn't get, correct?
Yeah.
And so we get, well, we'll be at 355 then theoretically.
which is pretty remarkable for a small town, I want to say. So, with the help of Katie Shepley and all of our finance team, we put this together, and, you know, it takes more time to do things. Because we're a small staff, we've got to have, you know, checks and balances, but I think we applaud the team.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I do.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Thanks.
And I agree, especially number one is the biggest thing that they look at is making sure that there's basic separation of duties. And that's sometimes hard for a small entity or small town, such as, you know, because of the cost associated with trying to have that segregation of duties. So I think the town is doing a great job on that.
Thanks, wasn't it?
That's great.
Yeah, fantastic. If there's no more further comment, let's move on to the next item. Any last thoughts there, Ben?
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate it for hanging in there. The next item is number 5, discussion and possible approval of an amendment to rezone parcels, the Elkhorn Springs development from mountain zone to neighborhood mixed use residential, R3s, R6s, R20s, and NPs. So, Thomas, are you there?
I am. Good evening, Mayor and Council.
Yeah, can you want to kick us off, and then, you know, Nate, you can jump in as appropriate. Okay.
Sure. If you don't mind going to that staff report, that might help everybody in terms of visualization. I think you guys are fairly familiar with this project. You know that it's been in front of the Planning Commission for quite some time. So what I thought I would do tonight is just kind of walk you through some of the background information, make sure you understand some of the site planning and the visuals, and then open it up for Nate to provide any input and or answer any questions. So again, as the mayor noted, this is a 115 acre area currently zoned mountain. The proposal is to go to, you can see there, NMU, R20, R6, R3, and natural preservation. So NMU has a little bit of a commercial component to it, mixed use. The rest are residential developments at different densities. Mayor, if you don't mind, could you, I've got a little slideshow and then I'll come back to some of the information in the staff report. I think it's page 77 of the PDF. And then we might circle back here. I just want to make sure that everybody kind of has an understanding of location, what's being proposed, et cetera. Sure, you can go to the next slide. So if you go down to the revised concept, so that was the revised concept that was presented to the Planning Commission in at their July meeting. This has a proposed density, you can see, of 229 lots. Now, as I go through these numbers, Nate has been working on some updates since the Planning Commission meeting 3 weeks ago. So some of these numbers may tweak a little bit. We can get into that. Again, we're not asking for a vote tonight. This is introductory, kind of present the information to you. So roughly the layout would be 229 units, 139 would be single family, 66 units would be townhouses, 24 units would be stacked. The density being requested is about 2 units per acre. And there is one commercial pad at 14,000 square feet that is located kind of at the entrance to the development. Go to the next slide. It'll lay out the zoning for you. So this is actually kind of the crux of what the application is about, is to upzone from the mountain zoning to the mix of residential zoning districts, as well as NMU and neighborhood mixed use and natural preservation. So you can kind of see there that there are various kind of zones, various pods of different kinds of densities. If you go to the next slide, it'll give you an overview of the concept. Kind of gives you an understanding of the areas proposed for single family versus townhouse. You can also see kind of at the top left, you can see the existing house that's up there that's owned by the Salzmans, and you can see the pond area that's also up there. I think it might have been expanded a little bit here, but that might give you some orientation with regard to the layout of the development. At the bottom of that concept plan, you can see as you drive in the entry road off of SR 248, if you turn left, there is kind of that area surrounded by green trees. That's a park, a plaza area. There's also some townhouses down in that area. Next to the park is that orange building. That would be indoor pickleball courts. If you go to the left of that bright orange building, you've got a couple of kind of pinkish buildings. Those would be stacked flats. And then if you, I can't seem to get my annotation to work here, but if you drive up that main road, there is a dog park on the right-hand side, and then that grove of trees kind of at the top right or the middle of the kind of the square portion of the property. That's Frisbee Golf Course. The bottom right-hand side of the development, which is kind of open green area, is the wildlife corridor, which is being preserved, left untouched, except for some trails that would be located in that area. If you go to the next slide, Mayor, to give you all an understanding of the proposed cuts and fill, this project is requesting some waivers from the sensitive lands ordinance requirements. You can see there that there are some areas that exceed 5 feet of cut and fill, and there are areas that this goes from 5 to 15 plus. So any color you see on that map, it's a little bit confusing, but any color you see on that map is an area where there is a request for a waiver to exceed the 5 feet allowance maximum for cut and fill. That would be a waiver, an exception that would be included in the MDA. Go to the next slide. You can also see the areas in red, also part of our sensitive lands ordinance. These are areas in that do exceed 30% slope or greater. So these are areas where the ordinance does not allow development. There are a couple of areas you can see at the top where it connects up into Golden Eagle. There's some roads, that road crosses some 30%. The main road up, which is actually an existing road, it's an emergency access road for Golden Eagle. And it currently exceeds some of the 30%, but you'll see that there's an area on the left-hand side, which is the current entry to the house. There are some areas there where development will take place in 30% slopes, on 30% slopes or greater. That also requires an exception in the MDA. I think I've got a couple more slides. I'm happy to answer questions as we go through these. I know that it's getting later, so I will try to keep this quick. Yeah, so this is the areas of proposed slope disturbance. You can start to see where the contour lines are closer. You can kind of see the bright green area that kind of correlates to the areas that are on 30% slopes and or have more than 5 feet of cut and fill. You can kind of see those where the lines are closer and kind of that green color. We've also noted on here areas where there are some stormwater basins kind of scattered throughout the development so that there's not just one massive basin. I think that's good design. We need to work with the applicant pursuant to the Planning Commission's favorable recommendation to make sure that those areas are well landscaped and that they are well vegetated, given the impact that some stormwater basins can have on a residential development. The next map, if you could go there, Mayor, shows the trails. These are the proposed, this is the proposed trail system throughout the development. You can see on the bottom right-hand side, the 16-acre park site. That's the wildlife corridor. There will be some soft trails cut in that area. You can also see the darker blue lines throughout the development. That would be the more the paved trails. And then there are also some areas, like if you look at the kind of the left-hand side of this map, you can see there's a blue line between those two roads, between those two lots. Those are stairwells to kind of connect the roads, kind of like Old Town Park City, so that they can descend or ascend slope depending. That's pretty steep over there. So it's kind of a nice feature to have those cut throughs so that people don't have to walk out to the main road to get down to the lower elevation. So it's just a little bit of a layout of the trails. If you go to the next couple of slides, I think we've got some precedent images that outline the architectural design, kind of the community character that's envisioned for the buildings up here. These are somewhat similar to what you see in Lakeview. The Planning Commission did recommend greater housing design, diversity, typology, variation, et cetera. So Nate will be working with us on that before we bring it back to you so that you'll have a better understanding of the full gamut of architecture proposed. And then if you go down a few more slides, I just want to make sure you can keep going, Mayor. There was some images of stacked flats. Just want to make sure that as you all review this, it is a rezoning request. You want to make sure that it is indeed in compliance with the general plan. You have a vision statement in the general plan that talks about any land use decisions should be made to preserve outstanding views, cultivate an inviting neighborhood atmosphere, and build a connected community. So just as we walk through this tonight and in a subsequent meeting or meetings, just kind of keep that in the back of your mind. It's important that we ensure compliance with the general plan. The page you're on now are some potential or some revisions that were recommended by the Planning Commission. Again, Nate is working through some of these revisions as we speak. He's actually created a couple of new layouts. I got them today that start to address some of these. I can go through those if you want, but they're getting pretty detailed. This just lets you know that, again, the Planning Commission recommended some tweaks, and Nate is working on those. If you go to the next couple of slides, estimated revenues and expenses, you could go to the next one. The proposal, I won't go through these in detail. I think we'll bring Rob Sant in for the next meeting. Unfortunately, he is on vacation in Florida tonight, but this is just a very simple analysis taken from Rob Sant's financial report. You can see here that this estimate is an estimate at build out. So this is 20 years out. This is in the year 2046. What the estimated annual revenues would be. You can see the top line is property taxes. There would be no sales tax, assuming no commercial building. There is a small 14,000 square foot pad that could be built. It's not required. If it doesn't get built, the recommendation is that it's not built within 5 years. That land gets dedicated to the town. I'll go through that in just a second. When Rob ran this, there were no short-term rentals. When the Planning Commission met last month, there was consideration, a recommendation for some short-term rentals in the R20, the high density zoning designation, as well as the neighborhood mixed use. So that could actually show a number. That's certainly up to the town council if you decide to permit short-term rentals. But assuming those are not a part of the equation, we'd get the property taxes, the energy taxes, we'd collect about 205,000. This would be in the year 2046. Our expenditures, you can see there, general government, public safety, public works. That would be a cost of 206,000. This would be a loss of $1,500 for the year net. I have to point out, this is assuming public roads. We're going to go back one slide in just a second. So if the roads were public, that means there's more demand on resources from the town of Hideout. So if we ran the numbers in that year, actually the project is would net at about negative 1,500 for the year. If you could see there on the bottom right-hand side, if the town didn't rezone the property, Rob Sant ran the numbers at about 75 units. It could be maybe a little bit more than that. Estimated revenue for the town, if it just stayed mountain, would just be high property taxes. It'd be about $34,000, but there wouldn't be a lot of expenses associated with it. So that's assuming public roads. But Mayor, if you could go back one slide. The proposal is that the Planning Commission reviewed was for private roads. And so if you look at this, this is also for build out. This is for the 1 year in 2046, 21 years out. You could see the estimated revenues would be the same, the 205,000. But you can see that there would be reduced cost for public works because these roads would be private. They would be the responsibility of the HOA. It'd be about 188,000. Again, if it were private roads, there would be a net positive of about $17,000 annually. So that's just to give you a little bit of a difference between the cost of private roads and public roads. Planning Commission asked that we present that to you. Mayor, could you go down 2 slides? So we'll pass the one that we just did, the public roads slide is the next slide. Could you go to the slide right after that? Yeah, community impact mitigation. So with an upzone, which is a discretionary process by Planning Commission and the Town Council, there is an opportunity to look at what are the impacts with a proposed upzone. And so Planning Commission, some council members, the mayor, the EDC have kind of been in this discussion over the course of the, past year or so, to look at what would mitigate some of these impacts to make this project a more financially viable project for the community. And so the developer recommended a cash payment of $1.5 million at the start of the project and a second payment of $1.5 million at a point in time to be determined, maybe phase 2, phase 3 of the project as it gets moving forward. This money would be dedicated toward maybe a community center or relocating public works where to open up Ross Creek and or supporting commercial development elsewhere in town. That could also likely be Ross Creek. So by giving those couple of fees, that would help to launch Ross Creek and create commercial sales tax down there because it's not being proposed on the Elkhorn site except for the small 14,000 square foot pad. The developer also proposed a transfer fee. This was agreed at 0.40 of 1% of the initial sales price for each unit. That would be dedicated to the town. An estimate would be that it's about $5,700 per unit. Some units would sell for less. Of course, some sell for more. So you take that 0.4 of 1%. It'll vary a little bit, but the estimate would be an average is about $5,700 per unit sold. That's pursuant to what Nate, his numbers, what he recommended. It'd be about another 1.3 million dedicated to the town over the course of the 20-year build out. The developer also, as I noted, committed to build an indoor pickleball facility. That would be 2 playing courts, and that would be dedicated to the town for ownership and maintenance, and that would open it up for use by the entire community. I mentioned the commercial site pad, 14,000 square feet. It's roughly at the entrance as you turn off of SR 248 and make your way into the proposed Elkhorn Springs. That would be commercial development. The exact uses would have to be dedicated and included in the MDA. If the Planning Commission recommended that if the developer does not develop within the first 5-year period, the property would revert to the town's ownership. It'd be dedicated to the town. The developer also agreed to pay almost $1 million for the survey and design work for the spine trail work along 248. That's a recommendation in the post plan, the Parks Open Space Trails plan, that is a part of the general plan. The developer also agreed to pay for the fabrication and installation of a new entry sign on the south end of town, very near to just south of this proposed development. That would match the sign that is being also fabricated and installed by the developer as part of the Deer Springs project on the north end of town. There were some water rights discussion, additional water rights were discussed by the Planning Commission, but they deferred that issue to the town council. So I just wanted to go over that little outline to make sure that the town council understood what had been agreed upon with regard to community impact mitigation. And I think that is my last slide. I'm happy to answer any questions. Again, Nate is certainly, he's in the audience. He's certainly capable of giving you his overview and or answering any questions as well.
Anyone on the council first have any questions or thoughts from Thomas?
How much additional water are you looking at? Oh, I bought all my water.
Oh, so you're all secured at this point.
Yeah.
Okay, great.
Thank you. Which was risky.
Yes, it was.
It took me a year to get through planning commission, and I had to buy all the water because it was coming available, and you cannot get water.
No,
You cannot get water, so I bought every share I could possibly get.
Good
And,
move, worked out.
yeah, well, I don't know.
We'll see.
So, we have enough water, which is, makes me really there's only a few buyers for this piece of property without the water. And so, it makes me one of the buyers for the piece. So let me show you,
So Nate, I just did the quick math here. You're talking about 105 acre water feet, something in
More.
there, more.
yeah, I bought, I think I own 140 or 50 acre feet for this project. So. Great. Okay. Can I just go over a couple little modifications we made? So I think you guys got an email from Gordon. There was one problem with our project, a couple actually. One of the main issues was our second access was 15%, which doesn't meet your code, which doesn't even meet fire code. We were trying to get a letter. I don't know if Gordon ever got that letter, but I've done a new layout that I presented to Thomas just today, actually, because I finished it up yesterday. I think it's so much better. Thomas, can you pull that up or? If not, I have it on my computer back here that we could plug in if that's possible, or you kind of need to see it for me to explain.
You can send it to me and I can put it up if you, or do you have a USB if it's a huge file or something?
It's not that big, honestly.
Yeah.
Or if he's got it, you can just, are you logged into Zoom already? Aren't you?
I can log back in and log.
Oh, sorry. I was just saying you could just.
Yeah.
You could show us your.
And I apologize, I don't want to take a ton of your guys' time, but this is an important part of our change. And I think it's better. We meet that, because that second access was gonna have to be a crash gate because it was 15%. Now it's at 12%. And could be a little under that, but it's mostly 12%, and now it could be an actual access. And it doesn't have to just be our crash gate, so it makes our project so much better, I think. And like I say, I only spent maybe a half hour on the phone with Thomas today, and so I don't really know his feelings on it, but I actually like it a lot better. So that's the old one. Are you hooked in? Is this you, Sean?
No, I'm trying to connect right now.
You're talking mostly grading, so this is
Well,
cut and fill and.
No, we actually moved some lots around. You'll see, it's just a lot better. But
The anticipation.
Yeah, sorry. I feel like I knew.
Trust me, it'll be good.
I like it.
Or do you bring it to the?
Does-
We probably could use some at this point.
Okay, so hopefully, Sean, you can get logged in, we can, yeah.
Yeah, you're in, Sean, I said, you know, I just admitted you.
Okay.
Um,
So there was a couple of things, I'll just keep talking while I'm pulling this up. My roads were 3 feet too narrow to be considered a public road, and so I was making them private. I've widened those out, I've lost 1.5 feet in each lot to do that, and so we have a little more cut and fill on, and some rock walls are a little bit taller than they were to make this work. But now they all meet your standards of the public, road, which is fantastic, right?
That's great.
We're not asking for any variance there. Can you get on, Sean?
I sent the request to share my screen.
I thought I accepted it, sorry, can you,
did you accept it?
I thought I did.
Maybe
But
everybody-
I also was hitting enter at the same time on something else.
I'll stop sharing.
Will you,
There you go. See if this will come up.
If you don't mind, can I step up there so I can just point? I don't know if you have a pointer.
I actually do have a pointer
Oh
right
my
there.
gosh. My hand shakes so much, I have to sit there, but is this the
I think-
pointer?
Yeah, and then you have to just turn it on. It's just that middle button, I think.
Oh.
You get it?
Yes.
The thing on my screen. What is there?
Sean, get there quick.
It should be.
I was using the pointer, but.
Right now we see the agenda, so you would be out here. Is that not?
Is that working?
There you go. Okay, that's the other one, Sean. We need to go to the other, well, let's just point out what's changed on this side. Okay, so just on this side, no, you're on the wrong thing.
You want this one?
You go to the other one, Sean.
Yeah, go.
There's just a lag. I'm on it on my screen.
Okay. You can try that down. I'm already nervous. This is not good.
There is a lag here, Sean, yeah, it's a bit, but.
There it is.
If you saw some of our.
There's a bigger lag
So
there.
these are the old ones. These are the old ones. So you gotta go to the other file. And it's the new ones. These are the old ones. So this is the old. So let me just point out. I don't know if this is working or not.
Oh, yeah, it's up there.
Oh, so right here, this was 15%. Can you guys see that?
No.
No, let me just do it. So right here, we were 15%.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
so now we've taken our road in, and Sean, I'm pointing, pull this up, so it takes a few minutes. We brought our road in like this, and put it in this way, which you think we'd lose those 9 lots. But we kind of shifted things around, and I think Thomas is gonna love this. I showed it to him. Can you pull up the new one? It's the old. That's the old. Well, let's see. Okay, so
Does Thomas have it to share?
he does have it.
There it is.
This is the new right here.
Okay, there we go.
So you can
Oh,
see,
yeah.
you can see we switched the road around.
That's quite a change.
Yeah, it's go up a little more, Sean. But we meet the code now, which is,
That's awesome.
I think that's good.
Yeah.
Oh,
So what I did is I took these, I have 5 townhome buildings right here,
Oh, yeah.
and I moved 3 of them to over here.
Yeah.
I lost one lot, because these were fourplexes, and so I moved 3 of them to over here, and then I brought these lots down. To right there.
Those are single family.
Those are the single families. And then, I added, because I was one short, I was a couple short, I lost a townhome and I was one short from here, from my previous. This, and I don't know what the code states, but this is a 30% slope right here. It's man-made. And so I'm hoping that the code or allows you to change the 30% man-made slope. So it's added, you can see the driveway is right here.
The existing
For
driveway.
this house, yes. So we added 2 lots right here, so now we're where we were. And the other thing the thing that I think Thomas is gonna like about it, he's always talking about the animal corridor, wildlife corridor. In my other map, these lots were together.
Yeah.
And now we have this huge corridor right here, which is better for neighbors, better for the animals. So this layout, not knowing we were gonna improve it, I think we improved it.
Yeah, wow.
So I think it turned out nice. Now, there's one issue with this. And Sean, if you could pull up some of the pictures you took.
Yeah.
The one issue that we have, and so I went out and took a bunch of pictures there, I had Sean. Right here, this is my property line. From my property line, yeah, just keep going. So there's like 6 of them, just look at these and I'll explain. But from my property line to the road asphalt is 315 feet. And I'm 100 feet higher, okay? But you guys, your ordinance says you have to be 50 feet away from the UDOT corridor, or UDOT right of way, right of way?
That's right, the UDOT right-of-way line, that's right.
Yeah. I'm 11 to 39 feet away from the UDOT corridor, which means, but I'm actually 300 feet away from the asphalt and 100 feet higher, 315 feet, but 100 feet higher.
This picture, you can really see the 100 feet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm asking to get a variance on that area, to put it in the development agreement, that it's okay to be closer to the UDOT corridor than that. Than what your code allows is 50 feet. And I'm asking to be anywhere from 11 to 39 feet. That's not where my house will be, because you still have the backyard, which is 25 feet. So I'm still, at a minimum, my house would be about 40 feet.
So the structure's further away.
Yeah.
The property line is probably 60 feet on the downside of that,
Yeah.
of the right way. I mean, it really starts to fall towards the property line.
Yeah.
At the top.
So I don't know how you guys feel about that, but to make the 12%, now let's go back to the map, to make that 12% map work, that's what we had to do. I'm just hoping to get your guys' take on that. If you guys like it, we'll continue to go that direction.
What is the hypotenuse?
And other than that, we didn't make.
Is the hypotenuse more than the 50 feet or 50 feet? Cause that's really the
Yeah,
distance.
it's 100 feet. Are you saying the height?
Well, if you're doing 50 feet in,
No, so as a bird flies straight, my property line to the edge of the asphalt is 300 feet.
Yeah.
And I'm 100 feet higher.
Yeah.
So you're a football field from the edge of the asphalt. And a couple things that, Thomas didn't know, or maybe didn't say right, but the 4% on our budget is about 1.7 million. He said 1.3 million. So every house we close, we're giving the town 4.4%, which is actually 1.7 million with our new numbers. So, and just so you know how this came about, when we first started the planning commission, we were gonna build a community center, pickleball courts, and a few other things, and it's been brought up several times that it's probably not the best place for a community center at the far end of town. And so we decided just to give money for the community center and those kind of things, that you guys can use it in a way that I think the planning commission voted that it had to be used in certain ways, and you guys can check the minutes or whatever, but we thought it was better to have actually a community center in the middle of town. And so I thought that was great. So that's really the only changes we have. There's a few different, that's really the only variance that I'm really asking for. Now our roads meet everything, which I didn't in the planning commission meetings. So like I say, it took me a year to get through the planning commission meeting. But we went through and we had a great project, you know. And I don't know that we did at first. I thought we did, but I think it's worked out better for the town with the money situation, the 4%. Or 0.4%, 0.04%. And it's just, this town needs a place to gather. As you, I mean, you heard people talk, they're in the cold roundabouts, you know what I mean? And so, my phase one, we are gonna build the dog park. In my phase one, so we'll get that finished, in my first phase.
Is that a public park, Nate?
Oh, yeah, everything's public, so I have 4 public parks.
Fantastic.
We have the park around the lake, we have the entry park, we have the dog park, and we have the frisbee park.
And the trails will be public as well.
Yes, yes. And the trail system, you guys, I hired Hans, he used to be on the planning commission or city council. He did a whole write-up, you guys, it's about 5 or 6 pages. You guys should have it in your development agreement notes. Our trails, that's the coolest part of the development. So we have 9 different kinds of trails in the 16 acres. That you can use in the winter time, you can use summer, bike trails, walking trails. It's really cool. So if you have any questions, I know it's late, I've been here a lot later than this, actually. So, let me know, and,
Do you have to go back through the planning commission to get these reapproved, or we're pretty close?
I was just part of the problem is that we just received, my understanding is that Thomas just received this plan at 5 o'clock. I haven't seen it before now, myself, and Gordon hasn't seen it. So, it seems to be substantively the same, which would mean that it wouldn't have to go back to planning commission. Of course, you could always ask that they see it again. But, I would want Thomas and Gordon's review just to make sure that there's no substantive changes. It sounds like the general layout's the same, I just have no idea, because we.
The only road, just so you know, Polly, the only road that changed was that road down here. Nothing else has changed. I would,
Move some.
move some lots.
houses, Stuff
You're right.
like that,
We'll
so,
move some lots and move some townhomes.
so, but. So
Well, I'm
that's just
sure
one thing.
you'd want this if you had to go back to
No.
move quickly,
Well,
or you don't want it to go back, of
I-
course, at all.
let me tell you,
That may not be your
Yeah,
determination.
no, it's not my determination, but I was on with the town I was on with the sellers. And they are so frustrated with me, because it took me a year to get out of planning commission.
Yeah.
And so I was hoping to ask for, if you guys like this enough, study it for 2 weeks and ask for a special session in 2 weeks for a vote for development agreement and the rezone. I don't know if you guys are open to that, but, I would give you 2 weeks to look at it and get this thing done so I can get my first plat approved and then I can close.
And I understand that, Mr. Brockbeck, developers want things to move quickly.
No, and I'm not saying you have to, I can explain that.
I would strongly recommend. The amount of, the MDA that's in the packet that's before you does not show any of the changes that were made at the planning commission. And there needs to be a full review to include all the things that were recommended in the planning commission. We were waiting for that, we haven't gotten it. And the planning commission or the council needs the opportunity to really review this after staff has reviewed it. So there's no way that staff can turn this around in 1 week.
Yeah.
Okay, so I was told that not to make the changes in the development agreement. Because council might have more changes. I could have these done in 2 hours. I was told not to get the changes that the planning commission made in the development agreement, to wait for the town council to give me more changes if they wanted more changes, and then make the change.
Yeah, I noticed, Nate, that you, so we've reviewed this before, but on my own reviewing it. They did not, the numbers did not match in the MDA to what the, commitments and slides were that Thomas just reviewed. That was 1. 2, I didn't see a traffic study here. Was that submitted to
Yes,
the
it's
planning
been submitted,
commission?
it's done.
Was that submitted? Because I've attended the planning commission and I didn't see a traffic study. I didn't see one attached to this. Traffic's a problem here right now. There's no doubt. We just had 2 people who were in a major accident on 248. It's only gonna get worse, Nate.
Yeah, and
So we need to know
we have
that
approvals from
that's
UDOT.
public safety.
Yeah, we have, the access has been approved through UDOT. How they wanna ride in, ride out, all that stuff, how much, we have to, the traffic study's been done.
I haven't seen it.
Okay, I can get it.
Yeah, and I don't think planning commission's seen it, have they? Yeah, so it wasn't included in the last packet, it's not included in
Maybe not
this.
the last.
And it's a critical piece for the
Yeah.
town right now, so, notwithstanding any kind of submission, it's really critical. I mean, we've had two potentially near misses and a whole bunch of things. And then the phases, I didn't feel were adequately described in the submission here. You have, a phase plan that, or you have a phase diagram here, but with years in there, and you have like 2A, 2B, 2027, then 2030. Those phases have, an intersect with when money comes to the town. So I don't know, and is it January 1 or is it December 31st of that year? That's a big difference.
Well, it says, right now it says 90 days after our map's reported.
No, but the phasing said, which is dependent upon phase 2 for, for the second 1.5 million, is dependent upon phase 2, the way I read it.
Yeah.
And so there's no phasing table that tells me when that will come due to the town. So, and then you have 2A and 2B. So if you just put 2 in there, that means to me that it's 2B. You know, it's after the end of that. We need clarity on about
Okay.
four or five things. That's what I.
If you'll just let me know.
Yeah.
I'm not a
So we
developer.
went through a number, I went through a number of those. Polly may have some additional
And you know-
ones. And I don't know, the council may have some.
They may have a lot of questions.
Because I read quite a bit here and I
Yeah.
went through every piece in by word and listened to the planning commission. And so those are, there's probably,
Just so-
I think there might be more.
And I may be wrong here, but a
Leave this to the
phasing plan
council.
is an estimate. I'm not gonna, it cost me about $200,000 a lot to go in and develop them. And if phase 1 is not selling well, even though I have on a phasing map 2026, I'm not gonna go out and go put another $6 or $7 million to develop 20 more lots if phase 1 is not selling. It's just an estimate of when we think. Now, we
For the town though, that estimate we're dependent upon that second fund, 1.5 million.
Yep.
So maybe we can come up with a better scheme for that one.
yeah, phase
Think
2.
about it, you know?
Okay. So,
But I understand cash flow is critical and how that plays out.
yeah, I need to be
um,
successful here. You know what I mean?
But we wouldn't want, yeah, we don't wanna be, you to be unsuccessful. We may need some additional, exactness, I would call it, around some of those dates.
Okay.
Okay? So, I
Any other-
would say,
Yeah, I have a couple of
let's go
questions.
around the council.
Sure, a couple of questions. The first is, as you probably know, we live in a very high-risk area for wildfires.
Yes.
And I know in your previous developments, you put flammable materials, bark and things. Would you be willing, as part of the MDA, to say that there'll be no flammable plants or ground cover within 5 feet and no trees within 10 feet of every structure?
One thing that you'll like, and I got permission, and Thomas checked the ordinance, I've bought enough water to do sod. Cause I don't like the way it looks in my developments. So I bought enough water to do, I think it's 300 or 400 feet of sod per townhome. And it's, I think 1,000 feet of sod per single family home.
But what about within 5 feet of the foundation, though? The fire department is urging us.
No, we're not, yeah, 100%.
Okay,
100%. And you guys are, I think, I've turned in a landscape plan with this. We can check, yeah,
okay.
it's a
So-
huge deal up here.
Yeah.
And so, yeah,
So just so I'm clear, I'd like to see it in the MDA ultimately is.
Yeah.
No flammable plants or ground cover within 5 feet, no trees within 10 feet.
Yeah.
Okay, so that was number one. Who's responsible for maintaining the trails? I know they're gonna be open, but who's gonna maintain that? Is that the town or is that the HOA?
well, it matters how it's put in the MDA.
That's what I'm asking.
Right now, I think with the way the planning commission voted, if I remember right, it would be the trails and the pickleball court would be the town.
Okay, we need to understand the cost of that, obviously.
Can I just say something about that, Jonathan? So
Sure, go ahead.
private trails are generally a bad idea. They don't get used, therefore their maintenance costs are higher. When you have public trails that are desirable, people wanna come and use them. With usage, the trails become easier to maintain because they won't become overgrown if they're being used. Real stuff to do, weed control. We have lots of experience with trail maintenance. And trail maintenance itself it can be done on a pretty tight budget, and we also have a partnership now with Wasatch Trails Foundation. They cover Wasatch County. They are partnering with us in the state park, which I'll give an update for the committee. And you're gonna find that it's not, it doesn't cost.
It's not very much, but if you wanted, if we could put in a development agreement that as a homeowners association, we could manage them for the first 3 years. Or something like that to make sure, you know, we kill all the weeds that are in the trail, those kind of things, so.
I think we just need to, from my perspective, I need to understand what this is gonna cost the town
Yeah.
to maintain this, so if you wanna offer that up, that's great. Love to see that.
It's not a very, but you gotta understand, you're getting about almost $5.5 million.
I do. Okay, just wanna understand that, and then, there was a reference to additional water rights, and it wasn't.
I actually don't even know what that meant, cause I don't remember hearing about that at the planning commission. I don't have extra water rights. For what I'm planning on doing, I don't have any extra water rights. I need to do all the sod, I still need to buy 6 shares.
Okay, understood, and then I guess, lastly, I noticed there's $950,000 for a survey for a potential spine trail. I'd like to make sure that $950,000 is for a survey of the spine trail, or as the council may decide.
Yeah.
I don't wanna peg it to one thing that, cause we're signing up now for something we have no idea we're getting in.
We decided not to put a dollar figure on it, cause it's probably about, I can probably get this done for about $200,000, not 950. 950 was a number thrown out by Tony almost a year ago. And it's more like $200,000. Now the sign, when we first started, was 20,000, it's 120,000 now. So. Nothing close.
Yeah, I just wanna make
But this
sure
was
that.
something, sorry.
Oh, that's right.
This is something that I just threw in. My team said, do not do it. I threw it in with the planning commission. It's on my own dime. My partners are not doing this. I'm buying the sign with my own money, and I'm paying for the spine trail. Because it was something the planning commission wanted, but my partners did not give me permission to do it, and so it's something I am doing on my own.
I understand, I just wanna make sure that that language, when we get to the MDA, says, or as the council may lawfully direct. I wanna make sure that whatever amount that is, whether it's $1 or 950,000, that it's up to the council to decide where that goes. I don't wanna.
Well, I'd like to see it at 950, so.
Well, that's not what was approved. It was approved that I would pay for the design and the topo of the spine trail. No matter if it's $1, great. If it's 950, I'm paying for it. It's not that I'm giving you guys a 950 and I'm gonna go out and do it. I agreed to pay for the spine trail and design of the spine trail. And I said I would pay for the sign.
Well, my point is, the council has not yet approved this, and we have no idea what we're getting into, because we may find out that, I drove that route today, and on the west side, there's not a lot of room, and on the east side, we don't have no idea how many easements we're gonna need to obtain. And so I wanna make sure that that money isn't restricted, whatever the amount is, whatever you decide, it doesn't matter, I just wanna make sure it's
We're
not
getting the
restricted.
money. Nate is going to handle. Do we have to? We cannot move forward with the spine trail without, and do you know what the spine trail is, in case anybody doesn't know? It is a 10-foot wide paved, separated bike pedestrian trail to get people safely off the highway, and it is a transportation trail, and as such, it is eligible for grant money. And so what Nate is helping us do is get it started, because it's very hard to get going. We've got to do the engineering. We have to study it first, because we don't know where it can go. Just like you said, you drove there and it looks narrow. Well, okay, well, we need to know what is viable. And in order to do that, we have to pay some money for that.
Well, and I'm paying that. I'm doing the survey.
I understand that. My only point is, if we get to the end of this, we find out we're gonna have to spend 500,000 or $1 million or 10 million more. We may have just flushed 250,000 or whatever the cost is down the tubes, and so I think
You probably will, because it's probably a $10 million trail.
that's what you're expecting.
You're asking for everyone to help. Hopefully Camus will help, and some
Exactly,
county and
so-
Wasatch County.
Thank you.
That's the hope. I don't know if they will.
Well, I can tell you what Midway did, they got 97 cents on the dollar for their 1.7 million, 1.76 mile trail. They only had to spend, it took a little bit more time, and they only had to spend 3 cents on the dollar to do that. Took them 2 years.
Is that because of grants and things
That
like
was
that?
because of multiple grants.
Right.
And so what I'm thinking is, really, this doesn't amount to anything. If you think about it, if we needed $10 million at 3 cents on the dollar, that's $300,000, I believe.
But you have to get the engineering done before you get.
35
from grants, is
Before
my
we have the
understanding.
project,
Yeah.
we have to have the engineering.
So, and that's what something, my partners weren't willing to pay for, but I was willing to put that in, so.
Got it?
And then we'll rely on the expertise of Jan and all of her connections with, MAG and with grant writers. There's money out there. We just, have to.
Well, I would strongly suggest that we take a look at what Civco Engineering did. And I talked to the CEO there, what he did with Midway, and he said, if we want to do something immediately, it costs the town whatever that costs. You want to wait a year, it's a 50-50 split. You wait 2 years, it's 97-3.
Really?
It's unbelievable. And he
Well,
goes,
that's our intent. We're gonna get grants for this.
well, I
We're
haven't
not paying
seen
for it.
that kind of thing, so maybe we'll talk about
Because
it.
we don't.
You don't care
know
about
what-
that.
But my
But I
understanding
haven't
with,
seen that.
with some of this money that I'm giving, you can actually go get more money
Exactly,
with the grant, is that right?
Yeah.
right.
Use it as a matching grant. Yeah.
So lastly, I'd like to see the timing of the tranches, a month, like reasonable timing. So if you could propose in the next drafting MDA, reasonable timing for the first tranche and the second tranche. So we know when to expect that.
We are ready. I was ready.
You wanna put it all up front? That's right.
We'll take this, we'll
First,
take
the
this
first,
3 million,
first
right?
phase will be, well, I'll get you this.
Okay, yeah, we
Make it
don't have
fun.
to discuss it tonight. These are things I'd like to see ultimately in the MDA.
Okay.
And those are my points. Thank you.
And that goes back to the phasing, which is tied to
Yeah.
the tranches. So we need to get clarity on that.
And maybe our clarity could be, we will start phase 2 after we've sold 14 homes, or might be a little more clarity that way. Let me go to my team. We can come up with some, with some different.
Because we're also gonna have to deal with cash flow situation.
Understand.
A tranche really begins our scenario, but if we have to wait 4 years after that to get tranche 2, it does us no good almost.
My wife was watching on Zoom and she said, "You did what?"
My wife calls me up all the time and says that.
You did what? So,
I'd still be on it.
yeah.
There goes our vacation.
So I just wanna say thank you for being so willing to work with the town, being so, sticking it out.
Honestly, thank you guys. This town has changed my life.
Oh, I'm sure.
With Richardson, with Richardson Flats and this, not in a financial way, but I have fallen in love with this town. In fact, I'm moving up, not moving full time, but that's gonna be my house up there.
Yeah.
And I can't wait. Cause I love Jordanelle, I love coming up here. This town's missing a few things, and one is a social gathering.
Yes,
area.
100%.
You have cool trails already, we're gonna make way more cool trails. But this town, for my grandkids to come up, there's really no place to play, there's really no place to do anything.
Got some ideas for how we can get a restaurant here, cause that's what we're missing.
Hopefully that one project at Wild Horse or whatever, it'd be great. you know?
Well, we'd like, it'd be greater if, Wild Horses.
Yeah.
It'd be greater if we could get something at West Creek where we could also
Yes.
incorporate community
And
centers.
that's why,
He's funding that, so.
that's why we
that's
just talked.
making a very big
That's why we just talked.
contribution.
So,
I have to-
this,
yeah.
like I say, I'm really excited about this project. I hope and I'm not throwing anything out, but the Salzmans are really upset with me that it took a year. They're getting back to me on extension on Monday, so I will be out of contract in about probably I think it's Friday. If they don't give me an extension, they said they're gonna give me an extension. But I need to get my stuff turned in so I can get voted on next time. So if you guys please call me with any questions, I will come sit down with one-on-one and answer any questions you guys have. If that's.
I know
that's appropriate.
Bob's gone.
So this is Gordon. I have a question. Can you guys hear me?
Hey,
Oh,
Gordon.
yes.
Loud and clear.
Oh, good. Sorry. For some reason, I've had technical difficulties. I've tried to weigh in a few times over the course of the meeting. So anyway, I have one question, Nate. You mentioned, you talked about the streets being wide enough to be public. Did I hear that correctly?
Yes, we've widened them 3 feet, that's what we were short.
And what about side treatments
because the public street has side treatments. It's just not about width of pavement.
Is Paul Watson on? No.
Yeah, I'm on. Right now, sorry, this is Paul Watson. And so right now we have room for a side treatment, but the plan was just 30 feet of asphalt, curb and gutter, and then 10 foot to the right of way line, and then normal stuff. So we have not planned on sidewalks throughout the whole development. If we need to, we can look through that.
Well, I'm not, I just want to bring this to the council's attention, that when you're talking about public versus private, then as far as meeting the entire public street standard, that includes park strip and sidewalk.
Okay, well, when we looked at
just by way of clarification.
Okay, when we looked at the right of way land, it had room for a side treatment, but we were not planning on doing that. I guess if it's required to do a sidewalk, then we could go through that as well. But as
Well,
of
that's
right
the
now,
council's call. I just want to bring that to everybody's attention.
My theory would be that that's not appropriate in a mountain resort. That's just me. You guys can vote on it.
I can just tell you this, as a dog owner, dog walker, it's nice to get off the road, especially if it's a through road. It's particularly scary in the winter, with big mountains of snow, when you're in the road and cars are going by and you have a dog who likes to chase cars.
Yeah.
It's an unhappy place to be, so it would be ideal. You know, we're thinking these are people that are gonna live here, right?
Yeah.
And we wanna make it a neighborhood. People do walk quite a bit in this neighborhood, and we have a lot of dogs. So we definitely should revisit just how to meet the need to get people, you know, safely around. And I don't think we need, personally don't think we need Heber City style sidewalk on each side.
Sidewalk on one side or.
Something on one side, just to keep it safer for people who are out and about, because, so I think we do have to just take a look.
Okay, let's talk about that, Paul, and anyone call me with what their thought is.
And just so the council's aware, one of the, maybe there's an opportunity to do something with more of a gravel path or decomposed granite. We're going to have that specification for you guys for discussion a little later on. Maybe that's an option. We could look
And
at.
it'd be more mountain appropriate, it'd be more mountain appropriate, and still meet the objective of making it safe for people on foot.
Mary, do you have any other questions?
Yeah, I do. Two things that they're not as much questions or comments. One is on drainage, and I know Gordon and I have talked about a lot of the drainage. I mentioned to you what's going on with claim and those problems. I want to avoid any of those problems, which could kill somebody right now in the wintertime with the black ice. God, I'm just really concerned about that I don't want to have that repeating in Elkhorn. And then two, how did these short-term rentals sneak back in the agreement? Because I remember, well, my first view was you didn't want short-term rentals, and then somehow they're in this MDA. I know the MDA is not complete because you said it's not lined up, but STRs bring you more money than it should bring us more money in return in negotiable fashion.
So this was something that I said, I don't really care if we get night-term rentals, I'm not gonna turn them down, and they voted to do it in the townhomes. Just the townhomes, not, planning commission, not the city, not the.
That was a
single-family-
recommendation.
Not the single family lots, it was a recommendation from the planning commission.
For what reason?
Particularly from one person.
For, I mean, and what did we get in return?
An extra five.
Supposedly tax money, but.
No, additional property tax revenue is a zero-sum game. The only benefit on a net plus is when it's turned into commercial generally, or those, and short-term rentals, I'm not sure is even a positive. However, The developers I've talked to across the state now indicate anywhere from 10 to 20, you're probably gonna dispute this. They talk about 10 to 25%. Major developer over here in Heber said he can, you know, up level his sales anywhere between 10, he actually said 25. And I have a witness who's on call here to that statement. Thomas was with me and as well as Tony. So short-term rentals, I would say for me, I would only, you know, negotiate if there was something negotiated against.
Yeah. I can't give any more, so just take it out.
Okay.
Take it out.
Great.
Yeah, I do think I would like to see it in there, but I'm at my point where I just can't do it.
Okay.
So.
I think
do
we kind
think
of
it-
agreed to like, you guys decide.
Yeah.
Well, I don't usually, in any negotiations I do, it's like, you want, you know, if you're gonna make more money, you gotta give a piece to the town.
It helps.
Simple, nothing complex here at all.
It-
I've
it-
shared that with you.
Yeah,
Nate,
let me
as
just,
well.
let me express a couple things. I have 22 pre-sale, I have 22 homes being built in Deer Springs. 14 of those are, rental, rental. None are sold. I started 22 specs.
Yeah, and I can tell you this, I've talked to a number of folks from Deer Springs who contacted me. And they feel like they have been stabbed in the back on short-term rentals. And they are, several of them said, I'm ready to move because this is not what I signed up for. So I wanted, that's why I want these clarities.
Well, that's, I just say, we took it
Would
out.
you like to walk around with me?
Yeah, we took it out of phase one because we had sold some units in phase one.
Right.
They hadn't closed.
That's right.
They hadn't
Your credit,
closed.
right.
They hadn't closed. They hadn't closed, and we offered to give them all their earnest money back.
I know you did.
They still decided, and then they complained.
Yeah.
Well, that's just life.
And they're.
Well, I'm just telling you, that's what STRs bring in the both sides, so they came to me and came into town, the office, town hall and said, you're the new mayor, how come you allowed that? And I said, I really voted against that, to be honest with you, not for that reason. For the reason that I thought we had an unfair shake financially, so I've shared that in that meeting anyway. I thought the town deserved more if we were gonna give something up.
We've got water shares.
That wasn't enough for that, in my opinion. So, yeah.
We haven't seen one benefit from it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's a tough one. I would just remove it.
I'm fine.
Okay.
I'm easy.
Listen,
I would like it if there's other votes.
You've been a great person to talk to, but we also have to deal with realities of
If
finance.
other council members would like it,
Yeah.
I would like to keep it in.
I don't know, any other comments here?
They can, take that, but I just wanna be a little more informed
Yeah.
about like, what's on the table, what's not.
Sure, call me, please.
I appreciate that, thank you.
But you're fine taking it out. I'd like to leave it in. It helps sales. You guys are getting 4%, and it helps sales faster, but it has not proven itself yet.
Any theories as to why it hasn't worked out, at least at
The
your.
market's complete slow, interest rates.
Okay, so.
None of my projects are selling.
Okay.
It's not just Hideout.
All right, I'm not surprised.
And Deer Springs has the best chance to do STRs because it's closer
Yeah.
to the, yeah, so
And that's why the town
however, there were some people who were pretty irate.
Yeah.
Came to me and said, how did you allow this? And, you know, after, you know,
we were completely fair. We took.
and
out-
phase one was always questionable. You got that as, you know, that wasn't really, let's keep our mind on. Let's stay focused. I'm sorry I diverged. That's just a piece about the STRs.
So you guys decide. I mean, that's what we're here for.
Well, it
The
sounds
council
like you
decide.
don't care, so.
Yeah, I'd like it in, but. Yeah, it helps sales. But it hasn't. Yeah, when interest rates
Yeah.
drop, I think it will. So,
Okay,
any more questions, Mayor?
no, but I would like to see.
Does Carol have any questions?
Carol?
Want to make sure we don't overlook Carol.
Just the right amount.
Okay, I guess we covered.
She's there.
It's too hot. It's too hard for me to talk. But I could be, Nate, I will talk with you when I can talk.
Okay.
Okay,
So I guess my direction here is to make all the changes that the planning commission recommended, get it to Polly and Thomas. Send out the drawings to Polly and Thomas and they can forward them to you, the little changes we made. And,
Get that MDA straightened out.
Holly, you mentioned
I'll send
Gordon.
you the traffic
Gordon
report.
needs to
We
be weighed
need
in
a
on this.
report, Thomas and Gordon,
I
I
think-
think a report.
Gordon,
So, yeah.
we'll look at we will distribute it to Gordon.
Okay.
As well,
Okay.
because he needs to make sure that the engineer.
So I hope if I get you this stuff really quickly, I can get on the next agenda and get voted on. When do I have to have everything in to be on the next agenda?
Tomorrow.
Nate, you really will have to get your information in pretty quickly. I am actually leaving town for 2.5 weeks. I won't be at the next meeting. I'll be in Europe, so we will need a pretty quick turnaround.
Eric?
If you want to be on the next meeting or a special one after that or a
No,
wait.
I don't want a special one, but maybe I just want to be on the next one. Eric, can you get the development agreement stuff put back in? I don't know if Eric's.
Yeah, I'm here. I'm listening. Yeah, I can get that turned around as quickly as possible.
That's an attorney answer right there.
By the way, as a housekeeping item, I might mention, just on the agenda, it's missing one of the parcels. There's 4 parcels and it just lists 3. So next time, maybe include the other parcel. The other parcel 00-0020-8185.
There's 5 parcels in there. There's one little parcel.
Sorry.
No, there's 4. There's just 4, but they only had 3 on the agenda. So it's not a big deal. It's like I said, it's a housekeeping matter.
Missing 3. Eight,
Okay, yeah. If there's 5 parcels, I think there is a little parcel. I'll give it to you.
That one is.
Is it in there? Maybe there's 4. Okay.
Okay.
And
No, I just want to say thank you.
But let me just,
Go ahead, Eric.
I was just gonna say, I just wanted to thank everyone, and Polly and Thomas have been awesome, and appreciate the council's time in reviewing this and listening to Nate's presentation. Appreciate your time and effort on this.
thank you, Eric.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for your work.
And thank you. Thanks. You guys are great. Thank you.
Thanks. Are we gonna have any challenges at the next meeting if Thomas is not there? If this were on the agenda for our next regular meeting?
I'm concerned about if it's public in the next meeting and Thomas wasn't there to weigh in from his kind of neutral standpoint sometimes that he brings.
Could we change it to the week when Thomas gets back and maybe push it back? Rather than have it on the,
Are you saying on November?
well, so you're only having, no,
September,
it'd be September.
September 11th is the next.
So maybe
a week later, or
Maybe a
whenever
week later.
Thomas is back from his trip, after our regular, so it wouldn't be on the regular agenda, we have
I
a
don't
special.
know, yeah, I think we'd have to do some,
Yeah.
Bob's not here. So he has really difficult travel. I think I would prefer all council people to be here so that everyone could weigh in on such an important element.
I agree.
For our town. I mean, that's everybody, so.
At the same time, he has waited a year.
Yeah.
I think that's a long time. I think we should try to see if there's a possibility of that.
I just wanna point, I was kind of to the defense of the planning commission. I don't feel that they were dragging their heels. It was an iterative process. I know you didn't. The implication that it was a year, yes, it's been a year and I know that there's a need to move forward and we're not trying to drag our feet, but I felt that the planning commission has made huge efforts to have special meetings to meet. And what would happen sometimes is they would ask for feedback and then there would be a new plan. So I think that we had a couple iterations at the beginning. At the very beginning, when it first started, it was only half of the area.
Yeah, when we first
And
started.
then we actually came up to the plan, it came to the council for some feedback at the request of
Yes.
Nate, and we accommodated that. So I get that it's been a year, but I also think that the town has worked as expeditiously as possible.
Well, so I would like to stay on that, September 11th meeting, if I even get on it, I don't know when I have to have my stuff in, but,
Yeah, I mean, I would love to that too. I mean, we're dealing with, you know, our key consultants who, particularly the planner, who is really important to this. Two, if there's you know, we want to give, not just we want the full council, preferably, our planner, and so that we give a fair view to anybody who comes in and has questions.
yeah,
Not
I would
just-
like Thomas.
You would want that in.
Yeah, I do.
I just don't
I'm
know how
asking
we
if you
could speed
maybe
this
push it
up.
out, instead of losing a full month,
Right.
maybe lose a week or two.
Thomas, when do you get
Yeah,
back?
exactly.
I am, I won't be back until September 19th.
So you'll need a day to, get reoriented.
That's a Friday.
Even if we push that date, we'd have to push.
Maybe the
back.
25th.
So I do think we've got, don't we have to move this to a date certain because it's a public hearing, Ollie?
Yeah, or we can renotice that.
Okay.
And September 25th, Jan, is the day that we're
That's got
doing
the
open
great-
house
and
over
great-
at Black Rock. So that wouldn't be a good day to be very, you know, we're doing some general planning for the town. That's a Thursday if I'm not mistaken, or am I wrong? Well, in any case, there's no sense in taking up.
Maybe take a poll. and see
Yeah,
if there's
take a poll.
If there's some way we can meet in September, that would be fabulous. I think I'd get my stuff in to just get on a September meeting. It would, I can't just tell you how much it would help. You know, lose.
I get
Can
it.
we get on the September meeting, knowing Thomas is probably not gonna be there, we'll have Thomas's report at least, and then maybe from that point, we'll have a more complete package. You said you were looking for the MDA adjustments, and then some of the things you asked for, maybe they could be available at that meeting. But then from there, we can schedule a special meeting to follow it quickly once Thomas gets it.
I mean, it could be a special meeting, just would like to have
Let me get
all
you-
the
let me get you
council
the
people
development.
there and properly noticed, so, because this is definitely something a lot of public, you
And
know.
I'm not trying,
Our residents
I'm not
want
trying to
that.
cram it through by any stretch.
No, I hear you.
We understand there were two
Yeah.
previous developers that were in your shoes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sellers are not, so I'm getting the brunt of two previous buyers too, so.
That's
Yeah,
true.
I get it.
All right,
Guys, thank you so much.
do we have anything else? Cause you had 8 here, which was the MDA. I guess we'll just,
Yeah,
a couple of days and move them.
this was just discussion, so,
Okay.
thank you.
Did you open the public hearing?
public hearing.
Oh, that's right. It's still public even though we're not taking a vote. Okay, so stick around, don't go anywhere.
And why don't you, when you open the public hearing, open it on both matters?
Okay, so, let's open this to any public comments on both matters regarding the zoning, which is item 5, and item 6, which is the MDA or the contract. Any comments from the public?
If no one else, I'll have them. It's Glennis, and I love this new one. It looks great. Thank you for all your work.
I'll second that. I will reiterate the one thing that I just feel strongly that I would like all of you to consider is that I'd really like the neighborhood to have like a different feel with different kinds of houses than the ones that are in Deer Springs and Deer Waters, because I just think it's a great location as far as the views, and I just think it could look a little more
So,
upscale. in
can I
some
just
ways.
address that?
Yeah.
Sure.
Okay, so we actually have 5 different kinds of lots. And we have the townhomes, and then we have not the cottages, but the stack flats. So we do have different, more than I ever have in any other development that we've done. So,
I think she's referring to the outside of the
architecture.
you guys will decide that. Whoever is on that committee will decide.
CRC is one piece that we have, that's, and then Thomas is on that issue now.
Yeah.
So we would look to him to weigh in and get all our thoughts. and the planning commission stuff.
Yeah, I'm Brian Cooper, Shoreline One. Nate, I just want to thank you because I love this plan so much better since it's public roads. My biggest concern was a public spine with private roads attached to it. And just, I thought that was a big risk going down. Yeah. So I really love that. And I like Chris's suggestion of maybe just a crushed rock trail along at least the spine road and where you can.
We have a lot of rock.
Yeah, I was gonna say, you're gonna have a lot of rock that you could use for that, so doesn't have to be concrete or asphalt. Right?
I guess I'll be decided by.
Anyone on the line, Chris? Alicia?
Yes, Janice Lombardo has her hand up and has for quite some time.
Janice, can you weigh in?
Apologies, this is Patricia Bidwell.
Oh.
I share my Zoom with, my associate and I can't get my name changed, sorry.
Well, we know who you are, Patricia. So.
Oh, God. Anyway, I'm a little behind. This is a very interesting meeting. I applaud your wherewithal to go through you started at 5 or earlier. If you want public comments, I'm not sure how we're going to get the public involved if these meetings go on for 4+ hours. But I applaud what you all do. I'm behind on how much work you all have done on this, but my I'll summarize it down into, I'm not clear. I think it looks beautiful in plan in terms of dog parks, etc. I'm not clear, just on a net revenue basis, why the town is doing this. I did hear a lot of different numbers thrown out. The economic analysis essentially is that with private roads, there's a net of $17,000. Really? I mean, the project's you're going to get your first revenues in 46, and that's going to be $17,000. The economic analysis is not clear. The economic benefit as well is not clear.
If I could just jump in here real quickly, just for clarification, that was just doing an analysis for the final year. We have the economic analysis for all of the years. It ranges somewhere with the private roads. It could be anywhere between I think it was 8 and 25,000 a year. That's annually. That was just what it looked like at build out for that particular year. It was a net positive 16K for the year or 17K for the year. But prior years were also net positive.
Okay.
Yeah, I think the good thing, Patricia, and I think we've talked, so it's nice to hear your voice. I know you were here and you're right. I can't believe some people have stuck around, including yourself at 9:15. But some of the economics here are not so interdependent upon the property tax, so to speak, which is the -16 and +16, which in the grand scheme of things is, who knows, that's a rounding error in general. So we don't even know how accurate that is. The big numbers here that the town's looking at, Patricia, is the 1.5 million, the 1.5 million, how soon we can get access to that money and convert that into some meaningful things like a community center, community area, create a neighborhood impact. And so those are those pieces in the presentation that are kind of separated by the presentation, but they're key to the economics here, not the property tax. So I would be happy to, and I know we've talked, so I'd be happy to run that. But you could even say, are the economics of the 3 million enough? I mean, you could make an argument on other things.
Well, it's 3 million, don't cut me short, it's 3 million plus 1.7 plus an indoor pickleball facility every million.
That's true. That's,
Plus the
yeah.
spine trail, plus the sign, plus 4 parks, there, you know.
Well, some of those amenities have to
Some,
go
if I was just,
with.
if I was just to do
yeah.
1 acre lots, you wouldn't.
We get nothing.
It's roughly equal to 2.5 years of our annual budget.
Yeah.
That's why I look at it.
There you go.
So one thing, and we can do this at our next, for the next meeting, and I know that in
But
the prior.
Patricia, we're trying to address
Right.
Patricia's question at this point. So, you know, Patricia, do you feel like you'd like to get some more information about this? Because if you feel that way, I'm sure other people feel that way. So, the town and the way we explain the economics and financials, should be equally clear to you as anyone else.
Thank you. Yes. I think everybody would be interested if there was a summary because, you know, saying 3 million plus pickleball plus, that's if the project works. There's downside too, right? But there's no protecting the town from the downside. So, you know, a little bit more clarity on the risks and all the economic benefits that are possible summarized would be really helpful.
Really well said. Thank you.
Thank you.
Are you good? Janice? She's in disguise here, I think. Okay, is that, Alicia, are we good?
Thank you. Yeah.
No, I mean, yeah. Is there anyone else who has comment?
Not seeing anybody. If you do have a comment, just one more time, just raise your hand via Zoom and you can do that under the reaction or the react icon at the bottom.
Okay, well then let's close out public comment. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thanks, Lynn.
Thank you.
So do you want to make a motion to continue this to the next meeting?
Oh, should we, so, this,
And then if we don't do it that next meeting, we can always re-notice it.
so let's make the.
The motion to continue this matter to our next meeting, whatever that is. September 11th. Okay, so moved.
Okay, all right.
Polly, for clarification, is this both the zoning and the MDA, both line items?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Chris,
Yes.
Carol,
Yes.
JD,
Yes.
Yes.
Karen.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, guys.
Mayor and council, I'm gonna hop on my phone. I'm catching a red eye to New York.
Oh, my.
Oh, that's right. I remember you said that. I think, can we take another 2-minute break here?
Yeah.
Because I feel like my knee is killing me.
Thank you. I'm doing the opposite of Bob.
Well, it's a chance to escape, you know.
Are we back for?
Well, we're waiting
We
for
got,
Chris.
we got 5 more things to deal with, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
So, we're back on board here.
7 hours. Hopefully this will go quick.
Okay, well, I would just say, let's get started.
Your has grown in a little.
I think I know, yeah, exactly. Don't get Al Pacino up here. Ooh-ah.
Been a little fuller since I saw you at 5.
Let's go. I mean,
You know, the forum.
yeah,
Well, we do have.
well, we have Carol.
You
We'll wait another.
You think, what happened to Chris?
She's outside talking to Rachel.
Want me to drag him back in? We can figure that.
No, they were right around the corner.
Oh, they may have gone to the
The
ladies'
bathroom.
room, yeah. Brian, you've gone too far, I think, right?
Yeah, I saw him go back.
Yeah.
The bathroom.
Think they were in the closet.
The bathroom.
They're in the elevator.
We're starting.
Yeah.
Hey, Chris. Our guys are upstairs. Could go in that room anyway.
Brian, if you need to pull that chair over, you're welcome. Brian or Rachel, I should say.
What?
If you want to pull that chair over, you're welcome to, if you're not.
All right, we have a
All
corner.
right, let's go. Gordon, you're on, I think, right? And Thomas?
I think this one might be me. I think Gordon is here. He can certainly jump in, but we wanted to, pursuant to the last meeting, we wanted to bring back a trail specification for the alternate road standards. Mayor, if you don't mind, maybe tapping number 7. That'll take you to the report. We've got a couple of little images there that might be helpful.
Leave.
So, at the last meeting, there were some discussions with regard to what kind of trail we would like to see on the side of these alternate road standards. The recommendation was generally for a gravel trail, but we didn't have a spec for that. So what we're recommending is DG, or decomposed granite, which is it's a highly durable material. It's smaller in size than gravel, but it's as a result, it's a little bit easier to walk on, easier to bike on. Our recommendation is that this specification would be located on sheet ST8 of the engineering specifications and drawing manual. If you look down below on the note 3, our recommendation is that this would be added to that sheet. It would say for the repair or replacement of existing gravel trails or for newly approved trails constructed under an alternative road standard, the following specs apply. Those specs outline what is very typical for DG, decomposed granite. Yeah, I could walk through those, but they're just actually very technical. If you go down just a little bit lower, Mayor, you'll see we've also included some surface course application regarding the thickness, that it would be 2 inches of compacted DG over at least 3 inches of road base. So you'd have at least 5 inches, creating the durability that we desire. If you go down just a little bit more, you can see sheet ST8 and the area that we would locate this note number 3 in. And if you go down to the next page, it does change one little thing on the no sidewalk alternative that was presented to you at last month's meeting. All of the red text in the criteria for local street alternatives, all of that was, you already approved all of that at the last meeting. Our recommendation is that 2D down in that, in those notes would be revised to read as the second paragraph down there. The slope of the PUE on one side of the street is determined by the city engineer does not exceed 2%. And that side of the street is designated as a public access easement, and a 5-foot wide trail finished with decomposed granite is located 5 feet, is located at least 5 feet. We should make that at least 5 feet from the back of the curb, or no, is located 5 feet from the back of the curb. That leaves 5 feet for the snow, and then 5 feet for the trail. It puts it on the outside, protecting the pedestrians. If you scroll up just a little, you'll see the I'm sorry, scroll down to the end. You'll see the actual cross section for that. And where we had initially noted road base, it'll now say decomposed granite.
What is the availability and expense of this material versus others?
Right.
It's pretty typical, actually. It's, it's essentially, a lot of, in some of the areas around town, you'll see that when we coordinated with Rocky Mountain Power for some of the trail replacement, we use 3/4-inch crusher gravel in there. It doesn't have as many fines in it, the kind of the clay stuff to keep it together, but that's what those trails have always been, and that's what they were replaced with. This is smaller gravel than that. The price is, difference is negligible. It's got more fines in it, again, which is that clay kind of material, which kind of keeps it a little bit more compact. We ask that people kind of spray it and compact it when they install it, but it's pretty comparable, actually.
So in terms of expense and effort, it's economically essentially the same. Would that be fair?
I'd say it's probably a little more because of the compaction and moistening, but it shouldn't be substantial.
It's probably cheaper than concrete.
Oh, it's definitely cheaper than concrete
Yeah, if it can,
Or asphalt.
yeah.
or asphalt, yeah.
Any other input from Gordon?
Gordon, are you still on?
Yeah, I'm here, and Thomas and I worked together, and he presented it as we discussed, so it's fine.
Okay, so, Polly's not here, but I think we would just, she's
I'm
on.
here. I can
Okay.
hear you. I've been on since we took the break.
Okay, so, are we looking for a motion on this, Polly? I would think
Yes.
so.
Yeah.
Okay, so is there any further discussion from the council?
No, I'm just glad we finally have a standard, so we don't have a hodgepodge of materials, and then going forward, we've got something that's very, practical.
Yep. This has been going around for a while, so, is there anyone else? Carol's gonna have our motion, is there a motion?
I'll make the motion, we adopt the standards as written here.
Is there a second? Okay, so, Chris,
Yes.
Carol. I'm not sure that's a yes or a no.
Yes.
Thank you, Carol. JD?
Yes.
John?
Yes.
Okay, motion carries. So, we've been banding that one around for a while. Next one up is
Fire restrictions.
discussion and possible adoption of stage 2 fire restrictions within Hideout. Polly, you can lead this, but I know a lot of this came from Clinton Earing and the folks at the Wasatch Fire Department, who communicated to us in general about the fact that the unincorporated parts of Wasatch County were going into call it, high fire restrictions or stage 2 fire restrictions. And the purpose of this is to adopt those, even though we're not part of unincorporated. Polly, you want to lead that any further?
So every municipality that I've been working with has adopted these as we've, based on the state determination or the fire district's determination that we should go into stage 2. So I highly recommend it. And in particular, as you probably saw, our fire district said that there were actually 2 fires that were started from hot work in Hideout. So it's extremely important that we implement this. I know that we've already been posting this on the website and informing people not to do hot work, but I would strongly recommend adopting this so that we can go into stage 2 and match the county and match other areas in the state.
And Kathleen, I know when we first started on this was, making the contractors aware, particularly on the hot,
Yeah.
on hot stuff. The only, thing I see on this, as I read it, there was one, typo here. Hideout number in the whereas number 5, Hideout intends to adopt these same restrictions, so if you can correct that minor typo. The rest just comes from boilerplate from our, county.
May I say something? I know at the fire symposium, they said that most fires are started by cars or vehicles, and I have noticed some trucks that have been parking on the grass along Shoreline Drive. And also, we were doing work at the park, somebody parked on the grass by the park. So I think if we could include in the newsletter something saying how dangerous that is, that would be something.
Well, let's talk a little bit about enforcement of this, like that's a really good
Well,
point.
that's another item on the agenda.
That's coming up.
We actually have
Sorry.
that coming up to your point, and, yeah, that is, you remember the comment that a lot of it comes from, the heating of the, the whatever sparks or heating from the vehicle itself, yeah.
Automobiles were.
The state's in bad situation right now, from what I gather. It's only gotten worse, so, I don't know if we add that in there or not. I would say, I would wanna stay strictly to what the same wordings are from the county, at this point, but maybe we can enforce,
But I
proper,
think even just
proper
putting on
park.
the newsletters,
Yeah,
alerting
that's a good
citizens
point. I
to
agree.
be aware.
But even better than that, I'll tell you, our neighbors, just put a little homemade sign, don't park on the grass. Because we have some construction going on, nearby, and so far it's been effective, nobody has worked on their,
Yeah, on Shoreline Drive, there's no house.
I don't know, we need more than just a newsletter, because all it takes is some.
Yeah, a lot of people don't read the newsletter, I found out. I was really surprised. Did you guys know?
Were you?
All right,
no,
so we need public
no,
works
really,
driving around.
otherwise, you want people, so what newsletter?
But we should, I think we should adopt this as, with the correction that the mayor made, or whatever that correction was, but because, as Polly recommended. But we need to do that, all the other municipalities are doing it, we need to match what Wasatch County. Fire district is.
Yeah, it's,
Declare, that stage 2 fire restrictions, I think it's a no-brainer, we should.
Yeah, totally agree.
I'll move we adopt it with the change that Ralph mentioned.
second.
Second.
Okay, Chris,
Yes.
Carol,
Yes, but
JD,
you need to move this, you need to move your computer screen.
Mine, yes.
Yeah, it's on the fire.
Oh, yeah. Shows a fire truck. Appropriate.
you're right. How did that get in there? And John,
Yes.
okay, so motion passed. We'll get this out in the newsletter and anything else we can get it out into. Let's go back up to the agenda items and discussion of, well, this is a good follow. Number 9, discussion of code enforcement and collections for construction violations. I just thought I'd share that, the past probably 6 weeks, I was working with Cameron, our attorney, and he has some law enforcement background. And a lot of this is, there's not a day that goes by that I sit here that I don't get some complaint, starting from my own household on this. So he was helpful in pointing out what he did for Brighton, and I think Polly's gonna take this away, but this is a discussion. We'll probably not get to it, and I don't know how much time, because we're already at 9:36, but Holly, can you bring up the most important points in your mind on this? Because we'll then have to circle back to this discussion item.
Yeah, so I'll try to be brief, and Cameron is really is a great source of information, and I talked to him about this. And I sent out a memo. It was kind of late, but it was kind of mostly a repeat of what was sent out last month. And that was put in the packet. So that kind of just goes over the procedure. But the main thing to know is that we have all the requirements, the legal requirements to enforce for code enforcement, whether it be criminal, civil, or administrative. And so all of those are in place in our code, and now we need to implement it. And as you have probably heard, our public works staff in the past has been issuing tickets, but it's not their role. They have the authority to do it, but it creates a lot of conflict because they're also working with contractors and whatnot. And so it makes it a more difficult situation. So in terms of the enforcement person, I think we have two options. One would be to hire somebody part-time who we would train as an enforcement person. The second thing, the alternative, or in conjunction with, we could also ask the sheriff's office, hire some of their people to act as code enforcement. They would, if they're going to do that and issue administrative violations, then they would not be acting as law enforcement. So they couldn't arrest people, that type of thing. But we can train them to do that. That's what we did up in Brighton. We had both the sheriff's department, or actually it was UPD, and they also hired a code enforcement person because they have a lot of parking issues up there. And then the next portion of that is collections and enforcing the violations to make sure that people pay, so that we know that, so that they don't continue to do it, to dissuade them from continuing to do it. And we could hire someone or allocate someone to spend some office time following up, sending out notices. Cameron can do it, but that's kind of expensive. I think you want to just have someone administrative following up on that. And then we would do default judgments, and then we can take them to, and I think we need an administrative law judge who can do it in batches to rule on, it can happen pretty quickly, to hear appeals. And then at that point, you could either send it to collections or send it to collections. So I think that it would be helpful to hear from the council what type of resources you want to put towards this. I think it is self-paying because you can use what you collect to help support pay for whoever's doing the enforcement and the internal, at least the first step of trying to enforce those violations.
Thanks, Polly. Let me add a couple of things that I've uncovered as well. And that is, so talking to our sheriff, Jared Rigby, he said, hey, listen, if you want to do this, like on your own for a part-timer, that doesn't, depending on where they are in their training, it's gonna cost $30 to $50 an hour. So you're not gonna get a part-timer who's gonna come up there for less than 4 hours because it's gonna take too long to drive there. It's not worth it to them. So, however, so that's one approach, as Paula had mentioned, in regards to do it on your own, but part-time, and do it with, a $30 person per hour person, would be at the kind of the lower end. $50 person is fully trained. You don't have to put any training into it. That was Jared's input to me. And I said, well, can we also just get you to just tag on to what you're doing already, the $80,000 that we're paying them, so per year. Well, I mean, that's,
it's like, I'll do it for 500 an hour.
Yeah, and so what we don't want to do is get into a situation, in my opinion, where we hire someone even part-time, and we really can't carry that through. It would be part-time and then call it compartmentalized in the time frame, because when people start paying this, then, it's kind of like, we won't make it back. Cameron's view is that we write one ticket a day, that's $500, because one fine, that pays for that person's, that time, so that's one way to look at it. However, again, that's gonna mean that we commit to a person even in a part-time basis. And that may require some, and I don't know if that would require state benefits or not. We'd have to talk about that. So those are the two big options that I see. And then on the collection side, oh, by the way, this was really interesting. I talked to two mayors, the mayor of Camas and the mayor of Francis. The mayor of Camas and the mayor of Francis both use their planners, who are full-time to write code enforcement tickets because they know the rules. I'm not ever suggesting that would be.
Thomas, you're on deck. Hey, Thomas, you got another job too.
It was really interesting because it's, talking to Matt McCormick and Jeremy Foreman, I said, well, how do you guys do it? And they said, oh, we have our planner do it, who is paid. And I said, I don't think that's gonna work here. But, those are all options. And then on the collection side, just to add to, what Polly was saying, what Cameron discovered and shared with me was that the actual summons booklets don't have an address of where to send the payment into. So it's like a blank summons, nobody's gonna pay attention to that. So we have to correct our summons booklets to begin with. And then we then have to go into it in a process standpoint, get the summonses, the copy, read them and scan them in a PDF sense, put them in a spreadsheet. I mean, this is just a piece of the process
Yeah.
that somebody's gotta do.
Yeah.
And it could be the compliance officer who takes the last day of their week to spend a couple of hours to pull that all together. Because if you're not collecting, it's like, nobody's gonna really comply.
Yeah.
So those are just some additional options I thought I'd share. So it's just a special, I don't think we're doing anything with this. Any comments?
What?
Since
Go
on
ahead,
the
sorry.
senior rules council member will go, and it's also past my bedtime. We need an enforcement. We need somebody who's not public works doing enforcement, and I think we should try something. If that's like you said, 4 hour a day person, we'll figure out if they're 1099, what they are, contractor, whatever they are. We need to do something, we need to try it, and if it's successful, then we keep going. If it's not successful, then we need to rethink another strategy.
Yeah, I'm of the opinion that we certainly need to do this. Our credibility is at stake here in a lot of respects. I'm kind of curious what people think, like, what time of the day should this person kind of work for you? The late afternoons? Is that the issue?
We're
Mornings?
daytime, most of our infractions are daytime infractions with people coming in for construction.
Uh-huh.
Obviously, we don't wanna have we could give the guy a regular schedule, the guy out, we can also, one weekend day, I don't know, but it doesn't, I think, at night, the only people in town are the people who live here or their visitors. So we're assuming that our residents are not the number one culprits. They could be, but I mean, at night, everybody's.
You get some good, you do get some plates, like, these guys are still working at 8 o'clock at night occasionally, or on the weekend when they're not supposed to be. I think it should be thought about a little bit, just like, if we're gonna employ someone hourly.
Well, what are we trying to enforce? Parking, incorrect parking, right? Parking on more than one side of the street. Exactly what are we trying to enforce? And then we should let that.
Yeah, that's
inform
reasonable,
when
I just,
we would have the person.
I like, my neighbor just sent us a bunch of pictures today, like, all the trash all around shoreline. That was
It would
like.
be a daytime thing, because you can't see the trash at night, so
Yeah.
it would be good to see it during.
Yeah.
Don?
I agree, we need to do something on enforcement. I'm not sure that once you do the initial round of enforcements and people say, oh, wait a minute, I can't get away with this anymore. I'm not sure what the demand for these services will be, but I do agree, we need to at least initiate something to try to get people to understand that the rules do mean something, we're gonna enforce them. I just think we need to keep an eye open towards, I think very quickly, this is gonna roll off into a cost center. And
No,
instead
no,
of
we
bringing people-
have track expenses to the point where we're crossovers, like, okay, we've stemmed the problem at least initially.
Yeah.
And we've made some progress.
And
And
maybe
then
we
kind of, then maybe kind of we do a sporadic thing, I don't know, but.
Well, the difficult part, like Jared said, is semi commitment to.
Yeah, I
someone.
can see that, yeah.
If you're not, yeah,
Yeah.
they're not, you know, these guys aren't good folks, whoever they are.
But but part of this is, what are the consequences for them not following through and doing what they're supposed to do? You got issued something, we gotta be able to like hit them with a left after a right is thrown, you have to.
What about a neighborhood watch?
Yeah, it puts it, you know, vigilante systems are.
We have, and there was someone to call, like an enforcement officer, maybe
yeah.
they could accept the input and then action it.
Well, that was what I was thinking, Chris, was getting, you know, having, you know, like even the maintenance people, anybody could take pictures. Send them in to, you know, XYZ, email. And, you know, at 2:30 or to 2 to 4, we have an officer that accompanies us. And we just paid Jared's force, we increased that. And I'd go out if there was somebody with me, you know, and say, I'll write the summons, but I'd wanna certainly, you know, you wouldn't wanna have people writing summonses
No,
without some protection, because you don't know if these guys are drinking out there or, you know, they'll hit.
Pull out their.
Yeah, they'll pull out whatever. I mean, we've already seen big crime in our town just from road rage.
Right.
You know, I don't wanna, you know, God forbid, I wouldn't wanna repeat that. So I think there's kind of tweaks to this that we could maybe pull off. I'm gonna go back to Jared and, you know, this is a continuing discussion. I think we need to act sooner than later. We gotta do something, as everyone said, because, it's one of the biggest areas of complaints.
Oh, absolutely.
Like a
And-
daily
and wait, listen,
deluge.
we have to be responsive to people's concerns, and like, this is something that's been brought up continually, and it's only fair to kind of like try to do something about it, so I think that's more than reasonable. What the solution is, we'll have to find that out and tweak it, I suppose, but it's not an unreasonable request at all.
Can I just say, Jared, you're talking about the sheriff of Wasatch County, so the sheriff's department of Wasatch County, they're there to enforce the laws, and so like moving violations would be something we want them to handle in town, but if we're talking about trash or somebody parking that we really just want them to stop parking, that feels like, having a fully trained, police officer doing that is overkill. We can have an administrative type of person handle things like that. The other thing, Jonathan, you mentioned is, I think you mentioned, is, we can go through the initial round and maybe curb some behavior, but as you know, on construction sites, there's a constant change in the subs that are on a site depending on where they are. And so it's always a different set of people. So I think we're gonna have an ever-ending set of, challenges with new people in town not knowing what they're supposed to do. So, yeah, we might curb the behavior of the subs who are working this week or this month, but then we'll have to understand what they're doing is wrong.
I understand that like a lot of fines are directed toward the actual like service provider contractor as opposed to, that's where you gotta, I think maybe targeting the developer, like, hey, this is happening under watch, like, you got the recent buyers coming in and now they've rotated out,
Why don't
you're in
we
a different
change our
phase.
fees? Why don't we change our, penalties to be not just the person doing the infraction, but somehow, and I don't know how we can do this, but, if there's somebody managing the project, whether it's the developer, the landowner, or somebody, somebody else is on the hook, but ultimately, we're trying to curb the behavior of the individuals that are parking wrong or not picking up the trash. So we just have to go after them because we're not trying to make money here, we're just trying to clean the place up, so we don't, so we don't have to look at it, we don't have all these complaints, and our roads are safer, when cars are parked all over the place, or there's no flagman, which happens all the time when, there's something going on in construction.
I think if we, imposing liability without fault, I think it's gonna be a due process problem. But I think if we were to impress upon the general contractors in town, the developers, look, we're gonna start to do this, you better start telling your
Yeah, I
subcontractors.
think communicate
because-
with them on sending that message is a good appropriate step. That's a good point, John.
UCD, for example, they have a sign and everything that says clean up every trade, every
Guess what, they
day.
don't.
Yeah, and so I think if we impress on the general contractors, they'll, when they hire the subcontractor, we have a chance. But I think imposing liability without fault, now we're begging for litigation.
No, we don't want that.
Well,
Okay, so we wanna do something about it, we're going to do what? Enforcement officer?
I don't think
Jared,
we
what
get
are we
there
doing?
today.
I don't think
Okay,
we're
so
gonna
let's
get
move
there
on
today,
to
but
the
yeah,
next thing.
I think we do a little bit more research. I would wanna know the cost.
Is that what you said?
We need to know what it's gonna cost us.
We need to know, what it's gonna cost
That's
to
fair.
do
I
that.
can tell you one thing from,
We got a rough estimate.
part-time people trying to get people here for snow plowing, part-time in the winter.
Yeah.
We started at $20 an hour, then we went to $40 an hour, never got to that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I think you're gonna pay more than $40 an hour if they don't live here.
Well, he said 30 to 50.
Yeah, well,
I
I
think
think
he
it's gonna
probably
be-
has a good idea, but I don't even know if we can get him,
That's the thing.
I actually said, well, Jared, if you've got somebody, let me know, and he hasn't got back.
I'm the part-time student.
People don't wanna drive up from Hebron's in half an hour,
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
you know, cost
So-
money, they can get a better job.
So maybe I think we need to have two good options going into the next meeting, and then we can lay them out financially.
That's good.
And what, what the return is. But we are gonna have a lot of people, if we don't do anything,
Oh,
I
yeah.
think that's a recipe for disaster. And for all kinds of reasons. Okay, another discussion item, signage to reinforce dog leash requirements. We kind of, I've gotten input from a bunch of people, in fact, a couple of people we've already heard about our dog situations. We do have something on the books. Park City also has something on the books that says you need to maintain control of your dog. But that's pretty vague. And I know control could even include electronic collars, but I can tell you 50% of the people and 50% of the dogs do not, listen to their collar, including my own, and they just kind of go, oh yeah, what are you talking about? So, this is about signage. And, Jan, I know, do we have any cost estimate of like 20 signs for dog leash?
Not yet, we're waiting for some feedback on where they should go,
Mhm.
and then we'll be able to get a price pretty quickly.
Okay, so we will,
What is the thought on where they should be strategically placed?
Right, and we would have to coordinate too and get permission because,
HOA stuff or,
Yeah.
oh, yeah.
so we can't just
Yeah,
post a
yeah,
sign
yeah.
on somebody else's property, so.
Got it. Yeah, I understand.
It's a little bit of a,
and sign poles are expensive, so could we double up on some things? I don't know,
we have people in the community who are apparently willing to suggest where the dogs and the walkers go.
Mhm.
So let's start with that.
Yeah, sure.
And then we'll coordinate and just move it forward.
Okay,
We also have a number of stop signs and we could double up on those poles if they're in a good location.
Yeah.
okay, so more thought needs to go in. There was, and the other thing that we wanted to get was some input from animal control next time. Do we need, and I know, I'm looking at you, Jan, because I know you've had some conversations here. So do we need any further input from county animal control on this, or do we have enough to just say dogs should be on leashes because they're causing, dogs have wool of their own sometimes.
We need to clarify our code because right now it's written such that a dog on an e-collar would comply with our code.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
So the council can change that and require it be a leash, but it's something we maybe should send out to the community.
Yeah, no, you know what? You're right. Something like this should be sent out in a broad statement.
Yeah.
Why
Cause
don't
it
you
will
do a
be,
survey, since you're interested in surveying the community, why don't you issue a survey and ask them about dog leash? You're gonna get a lot of responses that you probably don't want.
Well, one thing we could do,
Yeah.
and I wouldn't wanna put out a survey with one question. But I would say we can put this in a newsletter and say, please get back to us with your opinions. I don't know what we get, but that would be a first line anyway.
Alicia, could we link it to Survey Monkey on the newsletter?
Oh,
that's not a bad call.
okay.
Yeah.
Good next step.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah.
and then, let's move on. I know it's almost 10 o'clock here. We've been at it for 5. So this is the webpage that the wildfire committee is, putting together for everything from information and education based upon just all the basic pieces that we heard at the symposium, plus some. And then what to do in the event of a wildfire emergency. Like to have an evacuation plan, which we really don't have. And all of this could connect into the comprehensive emergency management plan, which the town has to put together. And we're having actually one of the participants, Jeremy Hales, and his cousin, Eric, give us some input next week. So we have to get that meeting going.
It's either Tuesday or Wednesday, so he's given us availability.
Okay, so the big picture around here is we have Lauren Major, who's on our wildfire committee, and Dr. Stephen Allen, the other gentleman who's on the committee. And actually, I think Colleen Kinsella is also working on this. They're putting all the information together, and we were on the call the other day, Alicia, about the content that's gonna go, and you're gonna help them kind of put this in a nice format on the webpage, and we'll advertise it. Is that right?
That's right.
Anything you want to add?
I'm excited for it. It sounds great.
Enough on that one then. We got some committee updates. Can we keep these to like 2 minutes apiece at most? Planning commission, is Thomas still there? Or you?
He is.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Can you guys hear me? Oh, good. Yeah, so with regard to planning commission, we'll have the regularly scheduled meeting was set for the 21st of August. We had some conflicts, and so it's been rescheduled to the following Thursday. So that'll be on August 28th. We'll hold that meeting, and we'll be discussing the wild horse development, looking at the rezone MDA, probably a vote. And there's also a subdivision down in Reflection Ridge, an amendment to the subdivision down in Reflection Ridge. And I think those are the only 2 items we have on the agenda. Polly, did I miss anything?
Yeah, you missed the, Jonathan's proposed, changes to the W.
Oh, sorry. We also have the WUI on there. So we'll take that to the planning commission and then bring it back to the council at the next month's meeting.
And there's also, right, all the procedural stuff, that the rules and
procedural
regulations.
stuff for planning commission. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like a busy meeting.
Yeah.
Thanks, Tom. Any questions or?
That change to Reflection Ridge, is that just to acknowledge the road that's actually there, or is it something else?
It's actually something else. It's with regard to some of the houses that have been built there and that are under construction. Michael Saper's house, et cetera. The driveways have been centered on those flats, and most people build the driveways off to the side. And so we have to go through a very perfunctory amendment to subdivision for that to get the driveways corrected.
Okay, that sounds easy.
Easy.
Thomas, you're also up there? Design
Say that
review.
again. Oh, sure. Design review. We did not have a design review meeting this month, so nothing to report there.
Thanks. John?
So July 15th, we had our wildfire symposium. We had roughly double the number of attendees that we expected. We had speakers ranging from the Utah State Insurance Commissioner to elected officials. to state and county fire officials, the insurance carriers, insurance brokers, and risk assessment companies. And all of these folks just explained how the insurance market works, the current forces and what they're pushing towards, and our likely coming premium increases and availability issues. And they compared us with other states. They discussed recent legislation on limiting the HOA's ability to refuse fire resistant building materials, as well as the upcoming individual lot assessments, risk assessments, which are going to turn into a tax that's coming our way. The Utah Department of Insurance is currently working on rules, but there will be 3 levels for every lot. And if you don't do some mitigation activities, you're gonna get hit with an extra tax. So I think we accomplished.
Perform those assessments.
What's that?
Fire district performs those?
They're working that out now. It'll
Probably be the county fire department as we know.
probably, I'm not
And
sure.
then, because the county will collect the tax, they'll take an administrative fee for doing the risk assessment. The rest of the money goes to the state. That's what we heard on House Bill 48, which goes into effect January. It's in effect now, but that piece of the bill will not go into effect in, sorry.
No, thanks for covering that. All the speakers pretty much reached a consensus on our preliminary mitigation strategies. Essentially, nothing flammable within 5 feet, no trees within 10 feet. Try to become a firewise community, because that's a certification you can show insurance companies. And we actually have at least a couple of owners that have had success in dealing with their own insurance companies that way. The fire department explained and offered their own risk assessment program, which is not reported to anybody except the owner. You can call them and schedule that assessment on your own. We already have multiple HOAs seeking risk assessments from the fire department and signing on to the risk, the mitigation kind of procedures. And then lastly, the fire department explored to a little bit new technologies for early detection that include infrared cameras.
Right. Are we working with the developers as they're planning new developments to make sure that they're?
Well, one developer is on the committee, and that, who also attended the symposium, and that's, Glenn Gabler. He says that they want to incorporate what we're, all these things and including fire retardant materials, which the state is now allowing and almost mandating. So, we haven't talked to Mr. Brockbank, but I would say that would be a really good one as well, because they have a lot of what's going on. I can also tell you that Mr. Martino's chief lieutenant flew in from Tennessee, who was on a fire. He was like, he was fire chief of someplace at one time in his life, but he's really a developer and he's one of his senior vice president. So he also attended. So actually 3 or 4 developers are not only interested, but if we get greater participation, we'd be better off.
Well, Glenn being on there I thought it was interesting that he was there, and I was glad he was there, but he's got the biggest challenge of all. He's got so much flammable stuff in shoreline, that grass, in Salt Lake, they demand it to be 4 inches, that's the height of that stuff. Our stuff's like 2 feet, 3 feet tall, that stuff's gonna all have to go. That stuff is gonna be chopped completely down, and I think people better get their hands around, that kind of stuff. It's gonna be pretty, I would imagine, I'm not predicting so much, just imagining, be pretty radical changes to what we've lived with here around here.
And I know Carol can't say much here but she's been pretty vocal about, like John Valiant, and listening to people who are experts in the area as well. So I'll just throw that in for you, Carol.
I'll just say one thing though, when Brockbank was talking about using sod, that might be something they should be.
Well,
thinking
I pressed him on that, nothing within 5 feet and no trees within 10. So I'm gonna
Okay.
try to get that into the MDA.
Although sod is a lot better than mulch.
Oh, yes,
Yes.
Still flammable.
No doubt, yeah.
it is,
And
but
short.
So our HOA, which is Shoreline 1, is only 50 homes. We got an estimate from our landscaper to remove the mulch that we have,
Yeah,
it's about $10,000. And then to redo it with gravel and move some of the trees and
Yeah.
stuff was another 70.
Yeah.
It was 90,000.
no,
It was 85 to 90,000
I
dollars
get
total.
that's gonna be,
And by
that's
the
gonna be
way,
a huge bugaboo.
Our landscaper, Sally Grant, who was on the very early part of the meeting. You know, those estimates are pretty high to make the changes.
Yeah,
And so we don't have to make the changes. They only become active when there's no more mulch and you gotta replace something with the mulch. So, and when the tree dies or when the shrub next to the home is within that range, so it's, you know, pre-existing grandfathered. But if they die, then you can't replace them, so, that's probably, I don't know, that's certainly a start. Anyway,
Yeah, actually ours is being more proactive and trying to figure out.
yeah.
but it costs money.
It's a
Oh, yeah.
multi-year plan, not gonna do it in 1 year.
Oh, yeah, that's the other thing, like, this is gonna take some time, right?
But what Glenn said was the master design review committee wouldn't let him put gravel down, had to have mulch, and he had to have wood siding. He said now with this new law, he wanted to put in.
Yeah.
Party board.
Party board, even
Yeah.
in Russell, right? And
Yeah.
couldn't do it.
Oh, wow.
He said, phase 4, I'm gonna put in party board.
It's
It's
new world.
a new construction, they're fine with it, right?
Yeah.
The problem is retrofitting all the.
Of course.
stuff.
Good, okay,
Are we gonna get any kind of write-up from that? I was unable to attend, and it's nice to have a summary, but. And then it seems like you're putting a webpage and you've got a committee that you're gonna put together to work on the Wasatch plan. And including the evacuation routes, but do we have a summary as it's, 'cause I would like to know. Of what you accomplished during that, because the town paid for it, and then. How you're going to take, you know, what pieces of those, that information. Is actually actionable that you intend to continue forward to make progress.
We just discussed that, so,
No, I would like to see it in writing, I asked for that last.
you know, it'll be in the minutes here, you're welcome to view the videos, the entire seminar is on video on YouTube.
Do it like an
You know,
AI.
I said I would come back and I would give a report, and I just did. And so, if you have specific questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Yeah, I'd like to know what happened at each session. So why don't you call me and tell me what happened at each session, but it's not just for me, it's for everyone else, because, and I'm glad you had such a high turnout, but clearly everyone couldn't go to that.
That's
So-
why it's on YouTube, you can choose to watch any one of the individual
But people
sessions and
don't want-
choose.
People would like the executive summary. Is that a difficult thing to produce?
I just gave it, I can put it, what I just gave in writing, that's no big deal.
Great, then do that, please.
it's actually probably transcribed within the minutes, right? So, why don't we just excerpt that and, use that as the committee report, I'm not sure. But I do think we will have further, you know, based upon the committee structure, we will have reports, so to your point, Chris, I think we're all, you know, I think we're all responsible, whoever's running a committee, including you, to produce a report, and a budget, so to speak, so, no one's exempt from this that we just.
So you're saying the committee that has wildfire now is gonna issue this report?
Actually, if you remember correctly, wildfire goes under public safety and, communications, so.
You guys were the committee. I mean, just, I don't know what the big deal is. Just write it up. You can make it as short or as long as you want, just a summary for people to know what happened. Wouldn't you want that anyway, so that you can continue to,
Have you read the newsletter? And the web pages we're putting together extensively will cover every action item out of this. I think you're going in the
great.
wrong direction. So just read what we're producing.
I don't see the webpage yet.
It's not, it's not.
So
published.
you should have just said, it's gonna be on the webpage. When it comes out, you'll have to read it, and then I appreciate, you know, then give me some feedback. If you see something missing, it's not that hard. And stop arguing with me on everything.
Well, you're picking, let's move
Stop
on.
picking fights with
Yeah,
me.
really, exactly. You know, this is probably one of the most successful things this town
Well,
has ever run.
congratulations, I'm happy.
So, you know.
It's good for
and
all of
we've
us.
got plenty of information, including the newsletter, and, as well as the website, which is coming up very soon. You'll get all the information. We want everybody to read this.
Thank you, that's exactly what I'm asking for.
EDC.
Jan and I had a discussion about it. I think we're gonna rethink a little bit the frequency and try to re-energize the efforts. We've had a lot of people come through EDC, and I think we've done okay work. I think we can do better. So I think we're trying to recraft that and kind of re-energize it. So we will report back when we have something to say.
Okay, any questions? We got a lot going, there could be a lot going on.
There could be, you know, Ross Creek is definitely, you know, been talked about, and there's, you know, I think, you know, we've had discussion with certain people about Richardson Flat, which is, I think is, you know, we should put a lot of energy into as a town, you know, that makes a lot of sense, it seems to me, but, you know, we'll see how all that goes.
Chris, post.
So, I'd appreciate the post committee updates that we would have done earlier in the agenda for next time, if you could do that. We always seem to be at the end.
You mean in terms of
Like,
whether
let's
it's
go
1, 2,
first.
3, or?
Yeah, we're always at the end.
Yeah.
Post committee, we have another trail work day this Saturday. We hope everybody who has availability will come out. I'd like to see some council members out there getting their hands dirty. We had a very successful day a few weeks ago, where we had a turnout. We had 17 volunteers, which is a lot. 4-hour work day, and we were blessed with getting a professional trail builder doing with our news trailer. So we're expecting the same on Saturday, hopefully a good turnout. Got a ton of work done. And, you know, I want to thank some people here in the audience. So Brian and Rachel have rolled up their sleeves, as well as a bunch of other people. It was a great day. The other thing that we're working on is actively, we have a fence proposal, because as you guys know, especially you guys, I'm sure, JD, I know over by your house, there's no fence anymore for the park. That has to be restored. The developers ruined the fence there.
Yeah,
And
there's
it has to
a
be-
set of stairs there.
And those stairs are gonna go because they're gonna go, just fair warning. So we're in the process of getting estimates on a fence, style that the state park has accepted, that they find acceptable. So we're working through that right now. We have a special meeting on Friday specifically to discuss that. And we have grant money that we have successfully achieved for the development of a trail there that State Park has put in, as well as some additional trail maintenance and some culvert work. But part of that money is being redirected to this fence. So we're gonna be asking the 2 developers whose projects destroyed the fence to through the restoration of the fence. And it's actually gonna be a pretty good improvement. Those are the primary items that we're dealing with this month in the post committee.
Thanks, Chris. And yeah, I didn't make the last, that Saturday. I was not in town, but if I can do this Saturday, what time is it again?
8 to 12, meet at, just right inside the gate at State Park. And then, you'll be, given instructions. Everybody should come, wear long pants, it's recommended, get cut up. Hat, sunscreen, keep yourself protected from the elements. Bring gloves if you have them, but the Twin Stroller has plenty of work gloves and all kinds of tools. Thanks.
And if you get there early, you might get a free donut.
We got a delicious food donut.
Yeah, they had donuts there. They were good donuts. I filled up and had it.
Cause every dreams or what? No.
I have to head out to the airport. I just logged in, so I am attending electronically by
Okay.
my phone.
Well, we don't have much left. We got sorry, any other questions for Chris? If not, we'll go. Carol, I'm not sure how you discuss the transportation committee, but if you have any words that you can get out, please do.
Do you want me to just read it?
Yeah,
She said, still monitoring news from High Valley and, sorry, lift it up just a little bit, PC Transit.
okay. Thank you. I don't know if there's any, we can't really ask her a lot of questions at this point, so let's move on, finish this meeting off, and that is the approval of the council minutes are one by one. There's the May 12th minutes, there's the May 12th minutes, and there's the June 12th minutes. Are there any comments on May 12th? Carol's usually the big one on that, or I'm the one on the follow-up, so I'm gonna keep this to a minimum, I'll do my follow-ups later.
Okay.
Any corrections or other comments on any of these three?
She says, good, awesome, on all three?
All right.
Okay. So, if we're all in the same boat, and would anyone like to make a motion to approve all 3 minutes? And Polly, if we need to do them one at a time, just let me know.
No, you can do them all together, it's fine.
Okay, do I have a motion then?
I move we adopt all three of them as written.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Chris?
Yep.
Carol?
Yes.
Raise your thumb. JD?
Yes, sir.
John?
Yes.
Okay. Minutes approved. Follow-up items, I'll follow up if I've got anything. And then, I think that's it. And motion to adjourn,
So moved.
Second.
Chris?
Yes.
Carol?
Yes.
JD?
Yes.
Jonathan?
Heck, yes.
Okay, that was fast at the end. All right.
Thank you.